All right. That is really loud now.
That's perfect.
Is it? All right. Well, welcome. Thank you for being here today. And we are missing one supervisor, but we will soon have a full crew. So at this point, please join me in saluting the flag. All right. Just a heads up for people who are watching and aren't used to our protocol. When it comes to time for public comment, and if you wish to speak, call in, turn the video volume off on your video because there's a time delay, and press *9 to raise your hand, and that way we'll know you're there. So at this point, I will ask our CAO if there are modifications to the agenda.
Thank you, Chair Bass. There is one modification to the agenda. Item D10 is being pulled for discussion.
All right, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We do have a lot of proclamations on our consent calendar today, so I know that there are several people that would like to read theirs. Supervisor Bohn, would you like to read one of yours or two of yours? Just so people know, we'll read the proclamations. Most people have received them already, and they can come up during public comment and speak under the 3-minute time period.
It's a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors. Whereas Assembly Bill 135 was signed into law on July 16, 2021 as part of the Budget Act of 2021, expanding the definition of who Adult Protective Services serves to include individuals aged 60 or older. And whereas the U.S. Census Bureau estimates that nearly 26% of the population of Humboldt County is 60 years of age or older, and whereas throughout U.S. elder abuse is widespread, significantly unrecognized, underreported, and underprosecuted. Whereas Humboldt County Adult Protective Services, APS, receives an average of 105 reports of elder and vulnerable adult abuse and neglect monthly. Whereas elders deserve respect, gratitude for their lifelong contribution and the roles they play in their families and communities, including the preservation of customs, traditions, and the history of Humboldt County. Whereas elder abuse and neglect negatively impacts the elder's emotional, physical health and can result in isolation, the loss of independence, resources, and/or life. And whereas APS is committed to responding to and investigating all allegations of elder and vulnerable adult abuse, regardless of the elder's educational, socioeconomic, or ethnic background, and providing time-limited case management, emergency shelter protection, and/or tangible resources, as well as participating in multidisciplinary personnel teams when appropriate. Whereas APS works with the District Attorney's Office, law enforcement, and other service providers by participating in a coordinated response and organizing local trainings to strengthen collective knowledge of abuse and neglect, improve communications, and enhance elder abuse investigations and case review. Whereas Humboldt County is committed to working with community partners and local tribes on prevention and service coordination, even in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, accepting emergency response procedures and conducting additional outreach to ensure the safety and well-being of our elders and vulnerable adults. Now, therefore, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors proclaims June 2022 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month and recognizes that elders are valuable members of society who have the right to live safely and securely in our community.
All right, thank you. And we will have speakers on that later. Supervisor Bushnell, would you like to read the proclamation?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Bass. So, proclamation of the Board of Supervisors, whereas Special Olympics has been changing lives and attitudes for over 54 years, and today is the largest worldwide sports organization for people with intellectual disabilities in over 200 counties. And whereas law enforcement officers from around the world have logged over 500,000 miles running in law enforcement torch run to support Special Olympics since 1981. And whereas 2022 marks the 25th anniversary of the law enforcement torch run in Northern California, and we will be celebrating the intellectual torch run in Humboldt County on June 15th. And whereas since 1997, law enforcement in Northern California have raised well over $20 million in support of athletic programs, making the annual torch run the largest public awareness and grassroots fundraiser for Special Olympics. And whereas the County of Humboldt enthusiastically supports the efforts of Special Olympics to deliver essential health, wellness, sports programs to promote social inclusion, to end bullying and discrimination, and to join people with and without disabilities together to compete as teammates in unified sports. And whereas the County of Humboldt wishes to inspire greatness in our local athletes and commends the efforts of all our law enforcement officers, demonstrating their moral strength and courage as guidance of the flame in support of Special Olympics of Northern California. Therefore, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors do now hereby proclaim June 15th, 2022 as Torch Run Day, and encourage our entire community to join with all participating law enforcement personnel throughout Humboldt County in support of Special Olympics for Northern California.
Thank you. And I had several to read, but other supervisors have offered to share the duties. So Supervisor Wilson.
I'm proud to do so.
Appropriate.
All right, this is a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors, County of Humboldt. Whereas a proclamation has been signed by the President of the United States and the Governor of the State of California declaring June 2022 as Pride Month. And whereas the month of June is yearly celebrated as gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual Pride Month, otherwise known as LGBTQIA+, throughout the country, and whereas the County of Humboldt joins the State of California and the federal government in observation of Pride Month in honor and the history of LGBTQIA+ people and support the rights of all citizens to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. And whereas Pride Month is currently celebrated each year in the month of June to honor the 1969 Stonewall Uprising in Manhattan, which there are some great documentaries about, which is acknowledged as a tipping point for LGBTQIA+ rights movement in the United States. And whereas the first Pride March was held on June 28th in 1970 in New York City on the one-year anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising. And whereas the rainbow flag is widely recognized as a symbol of pride, inclusion, and support for social movements that advance LGBTQIA+ people in society. And whereas the County of Humboldt is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for LGBTQIA+ people in our diverse community. And whereas while society at large increasingly supports LGBTQIA+ equality and is essential to it is essential to acknowledge that the need for education and awareness remains vital to end discrimination and prejudice. And whereas this nation was founded on the principle that every individual has infinite dignity and worth, and the County of Humboldt calls upon the people of this county to embrace this principle and work to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists. And whereas celebrating Pride Month promotes awareness and provides support and advocacy for Humboldt County's LGBTQIA+ community, and it is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that the County of Humboldt Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims June 2022 and annually thereafter as Pride Month in support of LGBTQIA+ community. And let it be further proclaimed that the rainbow flag may be raised annually through the month of June at the County of Humboldt facilities, recognizing all LGBTQIA+ residents whose influential and lasting contributions make the county a vibrant community in which to live, work, and visit. And I'll add that there is Pride events happening, I believe, this weekend on the Plaza in Arcata, as well as elsewhere in Humboldt County, so check them out.
Thank you. Is anyone here to accept the Alzheimer's? Okay, I won't read that into the record right now, but it is. I didn't want to leap if they wanted it read aloud. I didn't want to not read it. I do want to read, we have several retirements, and I know Laura McEwen is here, so I do want to read hers into the record. I've known Laura, I think, before I started in government, so. Resolution of the Board of Supervisors, County of Humboldt. Whereas Humboldt County Department of Health and Human Services Program Services Coordinator Laura McEwen is retiring June 24th after spending years working to address oral health issues in Humboldt County. And whereas Laura worked for the county from 2002 to 2008, during which time she co-authored the Circle of Smiles initiative funded by the California Endowment, which strived to develop and sustain a network of services and education to improve oral health for children. And whereas in 2015, Laura came back as a public health nutritionist, being promoted to her current position in 2017. And whereas during her career, Laura's main focus has been promoting access to oral health care services in Humboldt County. Whereas she is credited with starting the Dental Advisory Group and implementing well child dental visits with the Women, Infants, and Children program and the Circle of Smiles program in the 90s. And whereas during her time at DHHS, she was instrumental in onboarding the Dental Transformation Initiative grant and the Prop 56 grant, which has provided funding to help the unmet oral health needs of county residents. And whereas Laura is recognized as a longtime advocate for access to oral health care for all people in Humboldt County and has advocated to the state of California to address gaps in access of oral health, now therefore be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes, honors, and expresses gratitude for Laura McEwen's years of dedication to the county and community and wishes her a long and happy retirement. Did you want to read yours too? Yes? Okay, Kelly, good. I couldn't see on there. We will read Alzheimer's as soon as Supervisor Bohn reads his next item.
And I'd just like to recognize Jason Nakana, who has worked in the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office for almost 20 years and has 28 years in law enforcement. So he couldn't be here today. I think his boss made him work. Oh, hey, Billy. But anyway, good guy, put his time in. Hope he enjoys his retirement.
All right, thank you. And now that we know, Kelly Sanders is on, we will read the Alzheimer Proclamation into the record, and we can get it to her. She can come down and get it. But Supervisor Madrone, thank you for sharing the duties here.
You bet. We got plenty to go around this morning, don't we? Whereas today there are more than 6 million Americans living with Alzheimer's disease, a figure that is expected to grow to as many as 13 million by 2030 if scientists don't develop a cure or an effective treatment. And whereas 1 in 3 seniors dies with Alzheimer's on another. You know what? I'm having a hard time here. I didn't bring my glasses with me.
Oh, no.
I apologize. Hold it out here. Let's see.
I'll take it.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to.
I don't
got
always
some
need
extras.
them, but this morning my eyes are not seeing.
Whereas
so great.
today there are more than 6 million Americans living with Alzheimer's disease, a figure that is expected to grow to as many as 13 million by 2050 if scientists don't develop a cure and an effective treatment. And I just want to say, this is a disease that touches everybody, as far as I know, at least one time or another. Just to be really clear about that. Whereas 1 in 3 seniors dies with Alzheimer's or another dementia, it kills people more than breast cancer, prostate cancer combined. Between 2002 and 2019, deaths from heart disease have decreased 7.3%, while deaths from Alzheimer's disease has increased 145%. We have to ask ourselves why that might be. Whereas more than 11 million Americans provide unpaid care for people with Alzheimer's and other dementias. And in 2022, these caregivers provided more than 16 billion hours of care, valued at nearly $272 billion. And whereas Alzheimer's disease is a local issue, our friends, our neighbors need access to support, services, resources to lessen the disease's impacts. And in Humboldt County, it's estimated that about 3,384 people, that's quite a precise estimate, currently live with Alzheimer's and related dementias. And there are another 7,600 caregivers who are caring for a loved one was Alzheimer's. And whereas in 2020, COVID-19 contributed to a 17% increase in Alzheimer's and dementia deaths. And whereas fewer than 1 in 5 Americans are familiar with mild cognitive impairment, MCI, which can be an early stage of Alzheimer's, 90% of physicians say it's important to diagnose MCI due to Alzheimer's, but over half say they are not fully comfortable making that diagnosis. And whereas during June, Alzheimer's Association invites Humboldt County residents to participate in the longest day on June 21st, held annually on the summer solstice. The longest day invites participants to fight the darkness of Alzheimer's through a fundraising activity of their choice by wearing purple. And therefore, we, the Board of Supervisors of Humboldt County, California, do hereby proclaim June Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month. And the Supervisors thanks the Alzheimer's Association for providing services to people and families coping with dementia. And we also thank all of the folks who are helping their family members and communities to deal with this. So, there you go.
Thank you. Okay. All right, well, that's fine. Got a lot of feedback here. So at this point, anybody have anything else they wanted to read before we go to public comment? All right, if you're on the phones, please press *9 to raise your hand so we know you're there. But we will go to those who are in person in the audience first. And if you're interested in speaking, it's really helpful if you get up and stand at the side of the room, and we will come up in order of who is ever standing first. Okay, well, and Kelly will be able to speak under public comment when we go from those in person. And there's 3 minutes. And sorry about that. It's a pretty strict 3 minutes. Nikki's really good at the mute button, so.
No worries.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Calipeltier Olson, lead organizer with the Humboldt County Transition Age Youth Collaboration, member of the Eureka Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, and lifelong resident of Humboldt County, commenting on the proclamation for Pride Month. Since 2009, HCTC has created youth-driven policy recommendations to improve services young people 16 to 26 receive in our community. Historically, those recommendations have been to public youth-serving systems such as behavioral health, child welfare, homelessness services, and juvenile justice. Tomorrow, HCTC is taking a bold new step in our advocacy and releasing our LGBTQIA+ and Two-Spirit Youth Across Systems policy recommendations. In Humboldt County, queer and trans youth are disproportionately represented in service systems and experience high amounts of harassment, discrimination, and violence. This is a truth across the state, as California Healthy Kids Survey data show that queer and trans youth are 3 times as likely to be in foster care, are 2 times as likely to be unstably housed or homeless, more likely to be performing worse in school, have a higher rate of substance use, and have poor mental health conditions, to name some of the worrying trends. This is a truth that I have lived. When I became a youth member of HCTC well over 10 years ago, my own experiences that formed my passion to be an advocate were quickly and unfortunately transformed into an all-consuming drive, as 3 of my peers were lost to overdose and suicide. In 2012, HCTC released our anti-bullying policy statement amid another string of suicides and developed our Transforming Organizations training. Much progress has been made in the years since. Acceptance and support of queer and trans young people have drastically increased, as have the legal rights and protection. Yet, the losses and suffering of our youth continue. Anti-LGBT legislation is passing across the country. A trans youth I was trying to support completed suicide just 3 months ago. And stories of violence, rejection, and denial of care and personal rights and discrimination were common throughout our local youth research. It is in the memory of our lost peers and in honor of our community still struggling to live and have their basic dignity and rights protected that we thank you for this proclamation and urge immediate action to support the implementation of our policy recommendations to bolster the well-being of LGBTQIA+ and Two-Spirit youth across systems. Our recommendations call for the creation of a countywide oversight and leadership body, the creation of a new countywide interagency resource center, greater scrutiny regarding compliance with laws that protect queer and trans youth, and more. We hope to have you join us tomorrow at 1 p.m. over Zoom for our formal release. Thank you.
Thank you, Kella. Welcome, Laura.
Hi there, my name is Laura McEwen. I'm the HHS Program Services Coordinator at Public Health that oversees the oral health programs. And thank you so much for the resolution acknowledging my years of service to improve the oral health of the Humboldt County residents. It's really been a blast. So systemic change does not happen with one individual nor one agency. It's really, we need a collective impact approach where every agency starts to realize that oral health is a key component of overall health. And overall health is really important for many of the larger achievements we're trying to achieve within our county, such as workforce development, substance use disorder, homelessness. We find that those who are heavily impacted by oral health disease are not able to achieve the gains that others in our society are able to do. So first of all, thank you again so much for your continued support around oral health. You've been great to support our February as Children's National Dental Health Month resolutions, and we look forward to your partnership in the future, being a great dental health advocate so that Humboldt County can achieve great health. Thank you so much.
And thank you for your years of service.
Thank you.
Welcome, Sophia.
Good morning, your board. Sophia Pereira, Public Health Director, and just wanted to thank your board for recognizing Laura McEwen's contributions to the work of oral health in our community. I feel as we were having my back to you, but I really just, on behalf of the public health team, want to recognize and appreciate everything that she's done. Laura is totally spot on that it really takes collective impact to work, across different sectors and bring our community together. And Laura has been integral to building that infrastructure. And so it definitely is going to leave a hole in public health. We are going to miss her greatly, but we wouldn't be where we are today without all of her years of service and her contributions. So on behalf of the team, thank you.
And I think she's done. Welcome.
Hello, hi. My name is Carrie Schrock, and I am the manager of adult services with Humboldt County. I manage adult protective services, in-home supportive services, and our veterans office. So I am speaking regarding the proclamation that was done for Elder Abuse Awareness Month. And like the information that was in the proclamation kind of was a little bit of an overview of how we work over at Adult Protective Services, including that the eligibility now is decreased to the age of 60 to be considered eligible for Adult Protective Services. The pandemic has really heightened some of the challenges faced by elders in our community with increased isolation and loneliness and difficulty in accessing some resources. And it's really wonderful to have a day tomorrow is officially World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, and June is Elder Abuse Awareness Month, and it's nice to have a day and a month to recognize this, but it's important that people recognize this every day of the year. We really need to make sure that the elders in our community lead lives of high quality and dignity. We are having a walk tomorrow that starts at 11 o'clock at 6th and C Street. We're walking down to Halverson Park. Purple, in addition to being, I didn't know that was the color for Alzheimer's awareness, which kind of ties in nicely to the work that we do over at APS. But people can wear purple. We have some signs. We also have some cake pops down at the end at Halverson Park. And then we're going to walk back to the starting place. So anybody here is welcome to join us for that walk tomorrow. And I just want to thank the board for the recognition. I also want to thank our administration with the county. They've been very supportive of the work that we do over at APS, as well as the staff that I supervise. They're really dedicated people, really care about the elders in our community, and it really affects everybody, even if you're not an elder quite yet. Hopefully everybody lives to be an elder someday. So thanks again, and thank you for the proclamation.
Thank you, Carrie. Welcome, Naftali.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Bass and members of the board. It's great to be with all of you today. I'm here to speak on the Pride Proclamation that you shared earlier. Thank you so much for bringing this proclamation forward. Your board's recognition of Pride Month acts to welcome, respect, and celebrate the existence and contributions of our LGBTQIA+ staff and community. This item was raised up by a staff member. However, your board's proclamation signifies a county-wide movement towards policy that embraces diversity, equity, and inclusion, internally in how we treat each other, and externally in how we show up in and provide services to our community. Your work is reflected in your board's directive to staff that we pursue strategies to support diverse and inclusive workplace. The creation of my position that I've served in since just this March as Racial Equity Manager at the Department of Health and Human Services, and the advancement of DEI work from Human Resources and within the Great Workplace Initiative. And this is just some of the work that's happening countywide. This proclamation is a message to staff that says no matter how you identify, we are listening, we support you, and as a county, we will continue to do so. So thank you to your board. Thank you to the staff member who raised this issue up, and thank you for my time to speak today. Thank you all.
All right, thank you. So I think I can go to Kelly Sanders. Kelly, are you there?
I am. Thank you, Chair Bass and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Kelly Sanders, and I am the co-chair of the Humboldt County Walk to End Alzheimer's, and I appreciate your proclamation today. During Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month, the Alzheimer's Association is sharing 5 tips to help overcome stigma associated with Alzheimer's disease and other dementia. Educate yourself. Learn the facts about Alzheimer's disease and other dementia. Don't make assumptions. Alzheimer's and dementia affects each person differently. A diagnosis doesn't mean the person will have to stop their daily routine or give up activities they enjoy immediately. Continue to show support. People living with dementia don't want to lose their friends, nor do they want to stop doing the activities they enjoy. Be supportive, stay in touch, and connected. Support the caregiver. Caregivers need support too. Knowing more about what they go through is a good start. Most caregivers wish that more people understood the realities of caring for someone living with dementia. Remember the person inside. Above all, remember that people living with dementia still have hopes, dreams, and aspirations like the rest of us. If you'd like to help take the stigma away from the disease, join us for the 7th annual Walk to End Alzheimer's, which will take place on Saturday, October 8th at the Adorni Center in Eureka. There's no fee to register and no limit on the number of team members. You can sign up to be a team captain or register to walk as an individual at act.alz.org/Humboldt. Thank you again for your support.
Thank you, Kelly, for bringing that to our attention. Is there anyone else in the public who wish to comment on the consent calendar? Okay, we'll go to those on the phone. There's only one hand up that I can see. So if anyone else is interested, they should press *9 now. But we'll go to 5142, and you'll have 3 minutes. Press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Good morning, Chair Bass and members of the board. I am commenting on the Pride Proclamation. My name is Jeremy Clark, and I am with County Human Resources. My responsibilities are myriad, but include designing, implementing, and leading diversity, equity, and inclusion interventions for the Office of Human Resources from an org-wide perspective. On behalf of Director Ohanan, myself, and the entire Human Resources Department, we extend our appreciation to Chair Bass and your board for your commitment to non-discrimination, your recognition of this important month, and the many contributions of the LGBTQIA+ community to the workplace and Humboldt County. I would also like to recognize my partner, Director Connie Beck, and her team for creating an environment where staff feel comfortable making requests that support inclusion. As my colleague Naftali pointed out, this came about because of a staff member in DHHS. And I think that speaks volumes about DHHS as a department and about the county as an agency. With the support of senior leadership, the county has undertaken several initiatives related to diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. And there are several exciting initiatives being designed and prepared for org-wide implementation. It is also important to note that none of this would have been possible without the art and support from CAO Hayes. This proclamation does much to support inclusion inside of our organization and will undoubtedly be impactful to members of our community. The LGBTQIA+ community has and continues to make significant contributions to our agency and our community. It is important to remember that when we think of those that comprise the LGBTQIA+ community, we are mindful that they are our family, our friends, our children, neighbors, colleagues, teachers, and our lives are better for it. With the action your board took today, we are one step closer to a more inclusive workplace and community free from discrimination, and I offer my sincere appreciation for your partnership in creating a more inclusive Humboldt. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeremy. Sounds good. And just a moment, sir. Is anyone else on the phone calls? Okay, we'll go back to the public. Yes, sir? What,
sorry, this is my first time here. I wanted to comment on,
well, is it on the okay, is this on the consent calendar? Which
yes,
item? Okay.
This is on the Cannabis Land Use Mitigation and Remediation Fund.
Is that? It's later. Okay, that's going to be later, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, it is kind of confusing. Dottie's been to a lot, though, so she might be able to fill you in. All right, is there anyone else that wanted to comment on the consent calendar? Okay. Yes.
The correction was that the Pride event was on June 5th. I apologize.
Oh.
It's not this.
It's all right. You're one mistake a day. It's okay. All right, so I think we're ready. We all voted? Or does anyone have anything else they want to add? This newfangled stuff. All right, passed 5-0. Thank you all for being here. And now we have a 9:30 time set, which we're pretty close to. And it's a presentation on the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program Local Action Plan. I believe that comes to us from DHHS. And we have Director Beck and Dawn. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Bass and Supervisors. I'm Connie Beck, Health and Human Services Director. I'm here today with Dawn Aldridge. She is going to present on our Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program Local Action Plan. So I'm just going to turn it over to her.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bass and members of the board. I believe we have a short informational presentation to share with you. So I'm going to share with you today about the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Grant, what we call HHAP. This is round 3. And I am here from the California Center for Rural Policy at Cal Poly Humboldt. have three main topics I want to cover in this short presentation. Give you an overview and the requirements of the HAP 3 funding. I want to tell you about the collaboration with the Humboldt Housing Homeless Coalition and other partners that we did to create the plan, and then summarize what we learned through that process about current and future funding to address houselessness in Humboldt County. Quick overview of what HAP 3 is. It's part of a $1 billion initiative in California to support regional coordination and a unified response to reduce homelessness across the state. Approximately $5 million is coming to Humboldt County in round 3. $180 million in bonus funding will be available to grantees that meet the goals and objectives we set out in the plan. The state is wanting to see these funds invested in programs and services that are housing first compliant, low barrier, trauma informed, and culturally responsive. A little bit more about where the state is at around houselessness at the moment is they're really wanting to see the data quality improve in the Homeless Management Information System, otherwise known as HMIS, as well as the point-in-time counts, so that there is better data, baseline data, to set goals, and they want to see jurisdictions making real change in this complex issue. They're also really committed to wanting to find ways for people with lived experience of homelessness to meaningfully engage and inform not just the program planning, but implementation as well. And then the state wants to see jurisdictions demonstrate a commitment to advancing racial and gender equity. And part of that is really looking at the data, identifying disparities, and developing strategies to address those. Okay, some basic details are that the application for the county to become eligible for these funds includes a local homelessness action plan. That is the item that you had in your packet for today. We're looking at a 2-year time frame for this funding source, and we're here today because the item has to be agendized at a regular meeting and include opportunity for public comment before it goes to the state at the end of this month. Real quick, the main components of the action plan are the landscape analysis, which I'll share a little bit about that at the end, outcome goals and strategies. There were a series of questions we provided narrative responses for, and then the funding plan. These are the goals set by the state. And while I'm not going to read them all, I put them up here because these are the goals that the HHHC, your local Continuum of Care board, is working to develop and implement strategies that will essentially reduce the number of people experiencing houselessness, improve the continuum of care from living outside to being able to access permanent supportive housing. So these are the goals that are going to be driving a lot of the work for the next few years for state funding for this issue. I'm not going to read all of these either. Through the plan where we landed with the HAP 3 allocation is really in service of housing first, so delivery of permanent housing, rapid rehousing, interim sheltering, and some street outreach. So these are the eligible use categories. And as in the past, the county will receive the money, have an RFP, and partners can apply for the funds, and implement programs. So to develop this application, we met with the Executive Committee and General Committee of the HHHC. We met with the Youth Advisory Board for the Transitional Age Youth Collaborative, as well as this group of providers that support youth who are experiencing homelessness. We met with the Housing Trust Fund and Homeless Solutions Committee that you all began in, I believe, 2018. And then we met with the leadership teams working on this issue for both City of Arcata and City of Eureka. And then we did a host of one-on-one conversations with the list of partners that you see here across the county. We're going to follow up the application with a community report that will make some of the information in your packet today a little more digestible for the community. And there are a couple of partners that we will probably be able to interview in this interim period. So we're working with a short time frame, and there's still a couple of partners we'd like to talk to and hope to, and their input will be included in the community report. So the landscape analysis that was required as part of those interviews I just showed, everyone was very gracious with their time, and we were able to identify, I believe it was about 15 to 20 different funding sources other than HHAP, and a total of over $43 million that the county has secured in funding to address houselessness in the last 3 years. What we're looking at now is the HHAP 3 allocation, which you can see is almost $5 million. And then through Partnership Health Plan, their sort of pair effort, the Housing and Homelessness Incentive Program, HHIP, if I haven't already said enough acronyms, there's another one, is going to result in another $11.5 million to the county. Those two bullets on the future, that's funding that's going to be coming in soon and will last for another 2 years. The county's been doing a great job of drawing down funds to support this issue, and there's still a lot of work to be done. And we're certainly happy to answer any follow-up questions about our process. Really do want to thank the amazing HHHC Executive Board and partners. Humboldt County has a really robust and engaged network of partners and nonprofits, agencies that are really committed to this issue, and CCRP really was impressed by all of the work that is being done across the county to address this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Connie, did you have any to add?
Nope, just questions if you have any.
Okay, just wanted to make
Chair
sure.
Bass, I have
Yes, ma'am.
Darlene Spoor on the phone or on Zoom that would like to speak to this item.
Okay, is she part of the presentation? Okay, sure. And where's she at here?
Good morning.
Good morning, Darlene.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am here as the co-chair of the Humboldt County Continuum of Care. I want to thank the CCRP for their work on this local action plan. As you know, and you've heard from me plenty of times, we come together regularly to support our neediest people in our community. I want to support the board. I want to encourage the Board of Supervisors to support the plan and organizations working to serve our neediest citizens by approving zoning and projects that support the development of housing for people with very low income, safe parking and shelter programs, and permanent housing projects. Organizations have come together, and we ask for your support as we serve the people who are the neediest, the people who are homeless, people who are at risk of becoming homeless, and people who are very low income in our economic levels in our community. We couldn't do what we do without your support. Our staff across the county work really hard, and we appreciate all that you do so that we can continue to serve. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Darlene. And is there anyone else who's a panelist that you know of? Okay, just wanted to make sure. Can't see them all. All right, so, and we need to take public comment. Any comments from the board before we go? Supervisor Bohn?
You got your work cut out for you.
No.
And there's quite a few partners and things like that. And I just, I know we've been making some strides. We're making some strides in Arcata. We made some strides in Eureka. Some of those goals are hit by, utilizing some of the local motels or hotels, and those routes have seemed to work real well for transitional and long-term short housing. So I see the Laguna's having some upgrades and some things. So this is all promising, and I appreciate our partnership with Providence and our other groups that are making this happen. So thanks, you guys, for facilitating that too.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. For those who are on the phone listening or watching, if you wish to make a comment, now would be the time to call in and press *9 to know, so we know that you're there. And we will go to those in the public here. And this is the time to comment on the local action plan. And so anyone who's interested, I'd ask to stand by the side of the room so we can tell how many of you there are. And then just come on forward. Welcome, Dottie. In the standard 3 minutes. Thank you for that.
Good morning. 2005, we adopted ending homelessness in Humboldt County within 10 years. As you know, we didn't come close. It just got worse. There were a lot of programs that were tried. They didn't work. There were some programs by private people and small nonprofits that made a lot of progress. The CCRP's doing an amazing job trying to collaborate everybody together, trying to find the ways that there were successes, the ways that we can make a difference and we can not have our parents dying on the streets homeless, not having our children left like they don't even belong, like they don't even exist, like they're not even human beings. How can we go to sleep at night knowing that these families aren't being addressed and not being helped? Though but the grace of God go us. They need to be included with us too. Thank you so much for spending all that time on the phone with us and with the folks that have been housed and have had great success and are moving forward to help their family members and other people in the community do better too. So it's through people like this. And Mr. Bohn, or Supervisor Bohn, when you said something about it's hard and it's a long way to go, but you're making progress. It's true that you're making progress, and I appreciate that. But the amazing thing about people like this is that it's not hard for them. It's within their soul. It's within their might. It's within their passion in life. So it's not hard for them. It's a lot of work, and it takes a lot of hours, but it's not hard for them because of their love for people and the community. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Janelle.
Whew. It's been quite a month. I want to talk about the funding source and the HHAP and how it interacts with what I'm interested in, and to just be as simple as possible, I'm interested in tenancy, because that is the connection, that's the difference between people that are on the streets and people that are in housing. People in housing have a right to be there, and there's a process. If they're going to be removed, they have, a process. People on the street are subject to being moved at any point, depending on the officer, basically, depending on the shopkeeper, depending on the neighborhood. And that, for me, is really, really key. And that is why I've been advocating. I came up with this idea of campgrounds under the Housing First, which includes tenancy. And you can do this under the Shelter Crisis Declaration. I commend the building department. The ordinances they came up with were amazing, an amazing amount of work, amazing creativity, but unfortunately, really unnecessary, because there was already the shelter crisis was there and could be used. The new code that was added was to encourage folks that didn't want to do anything. The existing law allows you to declare a shelter crisis declaration and take action. It's that simple. Added to this during the interim was the appendix to the Building and Residential Code. And those set standards for campgrounds and for parking, safe parking, but camping mostly. I'm pretty sure I checked and parking wasn't in there, but they can be part of a campground. I've gone to a campground with my car. So this is what I have been working on, advocating for, not very effectively sometimes, and sometimes a little disjointed, but that's what I'm advocating. And this funding, I found this funding when I was talking to the planning department. And this funding is perfect for that. There is other funding for building, and that needs to happen too. But the question is, what do we do in the meantime? And that's my proposal, and I would love the opportunity to talk with the people that have been working on this so hard. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Janelle. Welcome, Kala.
Hello. Yes, I also want to extend deep gratitude both to Director Beck and our friends at CCRP for their excellent work of doing extensive community engagement. And I also want to speak in support of Janelle's point. For many years, HCTC has also been advocating for the creation of temporary places where young people and other people experiencing homelessness may go, especially young people that have significant mental health crises and experience chronic homelessness. Getting them into permanent and supportive housing is very difficult. Oftentimes, they fail out of that because they haven't had the space to adapt. If there were an intermediary placement somewhere where people could go safe, like a campground, and have support and resources to get them to a place where they'd be able to be in safe and supportive housing on their own, I think that would be an amazing addition. And I also just wanted to uplift, our youth's request that's in our next round of policy recommendations for shelters specific for LGBTQ+ young people in our community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And is there anyone else in the public that's with us in person that wanted to speak on this? All right. I see no hands up in the queue either. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's 7610.
It's not showing up on my
It
Zoom.
should be on your Legistar.
I see. Well, my Legistar hadn't been working, so I went to the Zoom, and it's not showing in there. Sure, 7610. If you were there, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes. (7610).
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I feel so emotional, so I hope you will forgive me. So I had an opportunity a couple of years ago. I contacted HCD, the Housing and Community Development of California, because I was so thrilled to hear that they were very happy to hear the participation of homeless, unsheltered people in part of a statewide program. They were impressed because in Humboldt County, the unsheltered spoke up, and they appreciated it. So I took they gave me some of their questions, and I walked from the boardwalk all the way down the whole length of it, and just told people, I said, can you help me here? I'm going to record it. I typically don't like to record, but please tell me what you need. And I had a list of very strategic questions. And the kinds of things that they told me, I do not see showing up at all in any of the programs. And I understand totally that your goal is to prevent homelessness, and then when people are out on the streets, to help them get into housing. But many of the people that I talked to, they didn't even imagine themselves ever being able to get into housing. And so they told me, and even the ones that did, they told me what they needed for quality of life. And in some cases, somebody who was in another chance, I had to talk with people. And one of the things that came up, I said to him, I'm going to be talking to public officials, and this was in another instance. What should I tell them? What can I tell them that you really need? And a couple of years ago, I had talked with him, and he had just voluntarily told me that he'd like to see a whole lot of tiny houses. And he obviously was somebody who had been part of the workforce and had an accident and ended up out on the streets. Okay, so what he told me is, could you please tell them that we need a 24/7 bathroom? And then he told me how heartbreaking it is for him because the people who mess it up for him mess it up for everybody. But here's the thing. So let me fast forward because I'm going to get the dinger. This is the point I want to make. I understand and appreciate the focus on, putting people in housing. But that, again, is ignoring the life experience of people outside who cannot get into housing now because there isn't one that fits them, or there isn't enough for even the people who are ready to go into housing. And it breaks my heart that you could spend, someone said, millions and millions, I didn't do the math yet, of money and not be able to provide, because they're always saying we can't afford a bathroom. Okay, $59 million, and not address the quality of life issues that you will hear if you talk with people and listen to people. I understand that you have made a point of involving them, and I think I know the people that you're talking about. That is wonderful. That's a step in the right direction. But it's important to reach out to the people that you normally wouldn't speak to. And I still remember, and you're going to get sick of me telling you this, but Megan Schott stood up and said, when she was asked about emergency, said, well, we can't address emergency. We only need to address getting people into housing and get the numbers down. And she said, and I quote, that I realize that when people are outside, they die, and they die for a lot of reasons, but they...
All right, sorry about that 3-minute quick time. I see no more hands up on the phone and none on the screen. Okay, we'll go back to the board. Any comments, Supervisor Wilson?
Thank you. I really appreciate the staff's work on this and the outreach that was done. And it seemed, this plan is really an application for funding. So, yay. I'm hoping, I'm hoping we get successful on that. And it seems like about 50% of this is for, new units. Is that more or less correct, or at least anticipated, or kind of like moving in that direction, or is that that's a question?
What will happen is we will do a request for proposal, and depending on what we get from that is what the funding will be utilized for.
Okay, so there's no projects necessarily that we're leaning into on this from a housing perspective.
Not at this point.
Okay. And then on the list of folks that there's been outreach to, I just didn't see the Humboldt County Housing Authority, and I was just wondering maybe I just missed it.
They're part of the HHHC.
Okay. That's just clarifying. Sorry, I would have called you yesterday, but I was in a meeting all day, so, and so I apologize for asking these questions now. That's all. I just wanted to just really thank you for the work on this, and I really look forward to us getting closer to, bringing those funds in and addressing these issues, both at the level that was expressed here by some of the public, but also really, I do emphasize units and housing, and I want to also emphasize that some of this funding looks like it could be used for pre-development work to really move properties or projects forward that would provide more housing. And I think that's really an emphasis for us. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you through the chair. So I also want to thank you for the presentation and for the efforts to secure funding for these. It's so critical for our county, and I just really appreciate it.
Anyone else? Well, we can. There's no action to take. We just need to have a motion to accept the presentation.
We accept the presentation.
Second.
All right. Not seeing any other comments. We're ready to vote. Everyone have our... All right. Thank you very much for being here and providing the update. All right, so now we will go back to the special presentation, I believe, which comes to us. It's regarding the drought. I'm trying to find, we had a lot of pages here. All right, special presentation. It's the Board of Supervisors, the continuation of the local emergency due to drought. So who is providing that? CEO Hayes?
Sure, why not? Typically, the clerk of the board would present this item, but this is a procedural, and it just allows for the continuation of the drought to occur. Kathy would normally present on this item,
so
would
I
she
think
not?
some of us thought it was
It's we're supposed to have a report it's 30 to 60 days. We were past due last month. I did speak with Ryan Derby, who's been out of the office. They're planning on coming on the 28th, so it was my impression this was your clerk's item.
Okay, Supervisor.
I can
Bohn?
give you the report. We got a little bit of rain. It helped a little bit. We didn't get enough, so we are still drought conditions.
I have Ryan Derby with his hand up on Zoom.
Okay. Ryan? Are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. Thank you. I apologize for not bringing this item forward. I'm out of the office, have been for nearly 4 weeks, but I have a brief summary of conditions that I can provide with a commitment for the larger task force to come forward on June 28th with a more comprehensive report, if permissible.
Actually, it looks like I think we're good if you just bring it on the 28th. Am I getting head nods from the board? Okay. So we don't need any official action, do we? Other than, okay, no. Wait, County Council?
No, no official action is needed.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll revisit this one on the 28th. All right, thank you, Ryan. Okay, so items pulled from the consent will go to D10. And which supervisor pulled that? CAO Hayes? Can we give them the opportunity to speak on it first?
Sure, Chair Bass. This item was pulled by Supervisor Madrone.
And that was simply to be able to provide an opportunity for a robust discussion.
Welcome, Scott and Peggy.
I'll start by kicking this item off, if that's okay, through the chair.
However you'd like to do it, yes.
Thank you. This item today is fairly procedural, just to effectuate your board's orders and discussions that have been occurring over the year, particularly in response to the reduction in the Measure S taxes, which significantly impacts the Project Trellis program. And accordingly, this leaves minimal dollars to manage an effective program. And also there have been discussions regarding the marketing component specifically. So today's recommendations before your board ask that we terminate the marketing program and update the Project Trellis Committee's bylaws to reflect that change. And furthermore, to suspend the microgrant program funded through Project Trellis, and also to halt the committee, as that really there'll be little work for them to do while we're in this temporary halt status on Project Trellis. We will still continue to seek the state's equity programs, and the small amount of money being allocated to economic development through Measure S will fund the matching dollars that makes our proposals to the state more competitive. And we ask that the board commit to a minimum of $100,000 a year to ensure that we remain competitive in that process, regardless of what may transpire with Measure S in the future. With that, Scott and Peggy are here to answer any questions your board may have.
All right, thank you. Do you want to say anything, Scott, or just go straight to questions? Supervisor Bohn has one.
I think CAO Hayes did a great job summing that item up. So Peggy and myself are here to answer any questions that you might have about this item.
Supervisor Bohn had a question, then I'll go to Supervisor Madrone since you pulled it. Sorry.
As part of the funding and seeing, over 300 projects, for 5.4 million, as we follow through and we give them that money, what's the level of follow-up? Could we get a line item of those 300 of where they are today? Did it work? Did it not work? It was very instrumental and everything else, because I'm sure we're following up, and I know that there's a component of reporting that tells you what they did with the money. And is there a possibility, knowing that some of those 300 didn't make it? I mean, I'm sure that's if the percentages follow right and everything else, but also knowing that quite a few are still making money and being constructive and participating in our economics in Humboldt County. So can we just see what our success rate was through that as well as you can? I don't.
Absolutely. We do track some of that data internally, and we can put together a report on the payout of projects related to Trellis. We have received some direct feedback from applicants and awardees who received Trellis funding. We've included that in reports to your board before, but we can accumulate that, gather it all together into something that's maybe a little more concise. Do you want a presentation on the efficacy of that program?
I would.
Or just a report that we just package and send
just something that we could look at.
Sure.
So we know, it's kind of nice to see we sit up here and give millions of dollars away. We just talked about housing.
Yeah.
And the other day I said something, and Connie Beck sent me 191 housing units that were coming online in the next 90 days. And I'm sure I didn't realize there was that many coming online in the next 90 days. That was a big deal. And so the successes, we sit here and we give the money away, and then we kind of look away. We'll give that agency 15% for administrating, and we'll hope that helps. We do it with so many programs, but at the end of the day, and we talked about this 8 years ago, 9 years ago, we need to look at programs that we're funding to see if they're successful. If they're not successful, but we keep funding them, there's a word for that. And so I would like to see a little follow-up on this, because I think this is such an important part. And this has taken such a hit the last couple of years, 18 months, that what we're seeing is the strong survive. Like, we used to have 350 sawmills, and we have 5 now. So I mean, it's relative, I know, but I'm just saying it would be nice to see where we're going with this.
Absolutely. We'll work with CAO Hayes to bring that to your board.
That'd be great. Thank you, and thanks for what you do.
Mm-hmm.
So Supervisor Madrone and then Bushnell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just, the part I'm wondering about is the cancellation of the committee's work at this point. And I understand with the reduction of Measure S and other things, there's not a lot to do in regards to the standard workload that they might have. But I think, the industry is in a massive change happening right now because of the price downturn and everything else happening in the industry. We also have a lot of disarray going on between the Planning Commission and our board and applicants in regards to not only how long it takes to get applications through, but once they get to the commission, then they get changed. There's a lot of talk about, is the commission engaged in policy changing, or is that the board's role, and those kinds of things. And I'm just thinking that with so much change happening in the industry, wouldn't it be good to use this committee, who are deeply embedded in this industry's efforts, to talk about change, to talk about what are the kinds of things that we as a board and a county might be wanting to consider in regards to how as Measure S was crafted, in regards to how the cannabis ordinances have been crafted. A lot of these things happened a while ago, and now 4, 5, 6 years later, things have changed in the industry. So I just, was wondering, would this be a piece of the puzzle? I mean, we certainly wouldn't want to rely on just the Trellis Committee for input on all of these changes. We'd want to hear from the Planning Commission, from the public, and others. And as you know, there is this initiative out there that people are gathering signatures for to try and get on the ballot, I believe, for November, to change the ordinance, the cannabis ordinance. So there's a lot at play. And I just thought, well, wouldn't it be useful to have this committee weigh in to some of these issues and offer us, with staff guidance, some input, some suggestions, recommendations on how to move forward with this industry. I recognize why we might shut it down, because its current tasks are kind of shutting down. So I guess I'm suggesting maybe an expanded role for this committee to be utilized to help us as a board really kind of evaluate what options we might have going into the future. So that was one of my main things I was thinking about in regards to pulling it.
Great, thanks Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bushnell?
Director Dare, do you want to respond to Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. The Project Trellis Committee, just as a reminder for anyone in the public who may be listening, is advisory to your board. Your board has the final decision-making authority. So that is a prerogative of your board to change the purview of that committee. As it exists now, the committee's primary functions are to score and weight and compare applications for competitive microgrant funding. And the recommendation is for that microgrant program to be put on a hold or hiatus until we know more about revenues coming in through Measure S. That's why the recommendation is to put the committee on pause, because there's really not much for them to do. The equity program, which we are recommending continue, is formulaic and doesn't require committee work. That said, if your board wanted to adjust the role of the committee, I think that's a discussion we can have. Previously, staff did raise that question. We brought 7 items to the Project Trellis Committee for their consideration to expand their role, to be more involved in education and policy-making discussions concerning cannabis, and the advisory committee voted not to adopt or accept any of those changes. Therefore, we did not bring them to your board for review.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you through the chair. I would want to, I watch a lot of those meetings and have been on there, and I don't know that they would want to do that. That wasn't the role that they were, that they signed up for, and so I'm not sure how they would feel. I would want to have the question posed to them first, and quite frankly, a lot of them have fatigue right now, and they're trying to continue forward with their farms, and so I think Peggy maybe could expand on that. And thank you for that idea, though, because we do have a lot of discussion to do around that item. I wanted to ask Peggy or Scott about what Supervisor Bohn had said. Is it my understanding that the applications for trellis funds are specific in nature, and so when they apply, there is a specific reason they do receive those funds?
Yes, you are correct, and there is an annual final report due at the end where they answer the majority of the questions that Supervisor
Yeah, so it would
asked
be pretty simple to categorize where those, why they receive those funds, and
Absolutely.
That's a requirement of the process. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, thanks so much for that.
Supervisor Wilson, then Bohn.
Thank you. First of all, I think Supervisor Bohn's correct. You know, you need to, in order to manage, you need to measure, and that's a sort of a thing that we have to for everything. Yeah, so, I would, and to speak to what Supervisor Madrone was mentioning, from my perspective, I would want to completely, this, you know, in terms of appointments and everything, this was all about funding and those sorts of things. And we had a lot of people not be able to be on this committee because of conflicts and those sorts of things. So I really think if we're going to go to sort of the next level discussion with relationship to how we manage for cannabis, at least from an ordinance and policy perspective, probably we just need to start that process through the planning department. And something that's been talked about for a while, but I do also recognize that we as a community have meeting fatigue. It is hard to find people to engage in these things. The doers are doing, and so it's just, there is a challenge there. Nonetheless, I think we are kind of at a place where it would be very, very helpful to get to version 3, which isn't your job necessarily, but I think there is an input there for sure because it has a nexus to our economic development. But I do think it's something that would be through planning. We've talked about it. It's on the list. John can probably answer that, but it's not on the agenda right now. So I'm okay with this agenda item as it stands, and I'm willing to move forward with staff recommendations.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, and I mean, we have a building and planning department that is in charge of that. And I keep hearing this 3.0, and I haven't ever said the word 3.0 till just now. So I didn't know we were planning for a 3.0. I know it's been said a lot by a few people, so I don't want to regroup everything. I think we work with what we have and change. So I don't want to hear down the line that we've been talking about 3.0 for a long time, because I haven't. I've always said from day one that the biggest part of it, and John and his staff has done a great job, is as we sit up here, and I said this yesterday, as we sit up here and make rules that people have to implement, the people that have to go by those implementations should have a big voice in it. Because the feasibility, if we're going to give them things that are unfeasible, then as this market changes around, it's going to change even more, and we're going to force more people out. And I don't know if that's where we're trying to go. I mean, because we're sitting about here trying to, implement 489 acres or 459 acres of legal marijuana, and we probably have 3 times as much of that illegal, which isn't abiding by anything. So I would sit here and love to spend 3 times as much time with the sheriff and everything else on how we're going to make the illegal. And it's amazing, if you take the illegal out of the equation, all the way down the line, and the transportation coming across out of Oregon, all of a sudden this price pressure we're seeing changes. Take away the 1,200 illegal dispensaries out of LA, all of these things that they're not doing anything about, I think we'd be way farther ahead of the game. But I digress. I'm just saying, as we move through this, I don't think the Trellis Committee is. We have a planning commission, we have this body, and we have a planning and building department, and that's the trilogy that should be running this ship. And if we're going to put other committees out there, it's we're going to go back to too many cooks spoil the stew. I think we need to, and it was said, and I've been here for the whole time of it, is we built this airplane as we were flying it. I mean, 2016 came and says, whap, let's go. And I will always go back to defending, and up until recently, we had more licenses than anybody until Santa Barbara started handing them out with every box of cereal. But what I'm saying is, the nice thing, Mendocino had a lot more licenses issued out than we did, but they didn't go through the guidelines with Fish and Wildlife and the Water Board. Our applicants, when they get done, they're done. Is it harder? Yeah. Is it more time consuming for staff? Yes. Does it cost our applicants more money? Yes, but down the line, they're approved when they're done and they're ready to go. So, and it was hard to get there. I understand that, new staff and everything else. But I just think We have the different associations here that are very much involved. We have the Small Growers Association, you know, we've got, I think we should be turning to them and say, what can we do to restrict it anymore? So what can we do to help you get where you want? And then we can hit the idea of Supervisor Madrone of the family farms, which is being so hard, but we did it out at Mattoll. We made a co-op. We allowed a co-op out there so smaller farms can go somewhere and not have to market out of that. So I think as we change these things, I think we have the staff in place that can make that happen. I certainly think Trellis and our economic advisor, advice, Scott and his team can make it happen because it is economics. We all know that. So hopefully we can move forward with a sane idea and be able to use the two land use approach of both the state and the county rules and everything else to make this happen for the betterment of Humboldt County. So I don't know if another committee or further is going to do anything else. I'm thinking we run with what we brung. We've got the thing in place. Let's steer the ship in the right direction.
So I'm hearing you say you support the agenda item. Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. So along with what Supervisor Wilson said about tracking and measurables, I just want to commend Peggy and Scott and the Trellis. We do that. You guys have done a fabulous job at it. And I hear from lots of applicants, they require a lot. Well, that's the measurables that we needed. So thank you for that. And I'm going to make a recommendation or a motion for staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. And I know we do have some members of the public on the phone. Do we have anyone in the audience here that would like to comment on this item? Is this on Trellis? Welcome, you'll have 3 minutes.
I'll keep it brief. I personally got a Trellis grant, and thank you very much. I used it for fire suppression to buy tanks and 2-inch PVC line. I've put in 3 fire hydrants. I'm a member of the Salmon Creek Volunteer Fire Department, and I encourage this Trellis grant to keep going for fire suppression, if nothing else, so that we can purchase water tanks and PVC, water tanks and PVC and all types of building materials have doubled, if not tripled in price. And so I just want to say I would really appreciate if this Trellis grant program would keep going. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This is the way to and there may be a response to that after when we come back from public comment. Yes, Dottie?
Hi, Dottie Russell, Southern Humboldt. So it might just be interesting to know that when we had the wonderful meeting at the Mateel where McGuire and Wood came and talked about Humboldt County leading the way and how wonderful it was going to be for so many people. Unfortunately, I guess it's wonderful for some people, but for an awfully lot of people, it's not wonderful what happened. And I think that, and the planning department down in Redway is a wonderful thing to, be able to go there. I have spoken to people, planners over there, about how to put together a cooperative, how to put together a collective, how to take people that have not a quarter of an acre, not even close to a quarter of an acre, but something that that they're using for themselves, for some family members, some friends, whatever, and for the people that are on disability that can't pay their bills, even living in a trailer park, they can't pay their bills. And so how they could get a job working as a trimmer a little bit, not happening now. So I think we all have so much. I personally don't know much about pot, so I'm not a big one to contribute very much other than collaboration. I know that collaboration can work. Collaboration can help people come together and find wonderful solutions. So whatever it takes to find that collaboration, I'm all about it. I encourage it. I think listening is the beginning of collaboration. So if we can put things together and listen to that, it would be great, because nobody needs to suffer like people are suffering now. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And we do have a few on the phone. I don't see any more in the audience. Okay, so Nikki, help me if I'm wrong, but I see 5069. I'm going to have to go first, and 3849. Is that, or is, I'm looking on the Zoom here, and let me get to the other component. This is like, actually, Nikki, I can't see the hands of the speakers on this because the vote tab is up. So how about I'll just go from here. 5069, we're going to go with that. Star 6 to unmute.
Good morning, supervisors and staff. Ross Gordon, Policy Director with Humboldt County Growers Alliance. Appreciate the consideration on this item today. We do support staff's recommendations and hope you move forward with them. Wanted to provide just a few thoughts and sort of items of context, maybe just generally for the public, because I know this is a complicated issue with a long history. You know, as I think everyone, you know, supervisors and staff know, the Project Trellis program is funded essentially entirely out of the Measure S tax revenue, which is paid by cannabis farmers, with 10% of that total tax revenue put back into the program. And so, you know, when the board voted to make significant cuts to Measure S, obviously we understand that that's going to have impacts on the Project Trellis program, and really leads to a conversation about what are the most efficient programs and services for Project Trellis to provide. So with that in mind, we really support the decision to really prioritize ensuring the equity program has adequate local funding to ensure that we then qualify for substantially more in state equity funding. We also support sort of deferring a decision about microgrants to a later date. And we also support not moving forward with the marketing program at this time. And we feel that's the best way to deal with what the effect of the cuts to Measure S are. Also wanted to speak to this question of a policy advisory body, Project Trellis Committee serving that function. I agree with a number of the comments from staff and supervisors. As Director Adair mentioned, really the initial purpose of the Trellis Committee and the reason people were appointed was primarily to score grant applications, not to serve as a more general advisory body. Additionally, as I think Director Adair also mentioned, on October 6th, the Trellis Committee actually considered in an over 4-hour meeting whether they should become this sort of advisory body, and resoundingly voted not to do that after a lot of public comment also requesting that the committee not do that. And the reason for that, I think, has been discussed, which is that there are numerous other bodies, such as the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors, which really are the appropriate place for those larger discussions about where we had as a cannabis community and with our cannabis laws and ordinances. So I would encourage engaging that existing public process, including a cannabis ad hoc committee if necessary, to really engage the public through Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors, but would not support Trellis Committee becoming sort of an additional intermediary committee in addition to all of the functions and mechanisms that we already have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ross. Our next speaker is 3849, followed by 3614. If you're 3849, press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Polly Kissinger, and I apologize, I'm driving to Los Angeles today, but I was felt compelled to call. I am a cannabis cultivator, and as someone who has had to reduce their square footage from 25,000 to 5,000 square feet in the last few months in order to remain a viable cultivator here in California, I'm very grateful for HCGA and their commitment to all of us as small cultivators. I support what has been presented from HCGA in regard to the Trellis program, and I thank them for everything that they do to support us. It's really remarkable. If I put on my other hat as the president of the Burr Valley Road Department, I would like to thank Scott and Peggy and the Trellis program for the funds that have come through that program. The money we received to build a bridge over a fish-bearing creek that's been driven through for the last, I don't know, ever. logging and everything went through that creek. And we are in the process of building that bridge. We're having trouble getting the rest of the funding for it, and hopefully CDFA will help us with that, CDFW, excuse me. But I just want to let you know that the funds were extremely appreciated and will be used for that use. And so again, we do hope that the trellis program can remain a viable entity, and we can hopefully utilize it for projects such as helping our environment and keeping things going in that direction. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. And next we'll go to 3614 followed by 3053. If you're 3614, press *6 to unmute.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Drew Barber. I'm co-founder of Uplift, a producers co-op out in the Atoll. Trellis has been hugely effective for our producers co-op out here, so thank you all so much for that. Those numbers will certainly pass through staff with Trellis, but it's been really great. So I wanted to just speak to that. It's allowed us to do quite a bit as a co-op, and because we're a co-op, we're able to make those monies go really far and affect a support for several different farms instead of just a couple of individuals. I just want to send that word out that co-ops in general do require a little bit of startup, whether that comes from the members, but it definitely helps to have a little bit coming in. So thank you so much to the Trellis Committee for that. To the issue at hand, I'd like to sort of underscore what Ross Gordon said with regarding HCGA's comments that we'd love to see the marketing program tabled, and we support staff's recommendation for 1,000 of Measure S funds as a match for those important equity which support Humboldt's competitive position in the cannabis.
Are you still there, Drew? Or do you see?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, 3053, and followed by 6670.
Good morning, Thomas Holder here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Thomas.
Hi, so I support staff recommendation and the motion on the table. As someone that served on Trellis for, I believe, 2 years, I think the idea of whatever was brought up as far as being another advisory as far as policy would be outside what county has done and also outside what those people have volunteered to do. Especially being as they had a 4-hour discussion about it, I would not support that idea. I would remind the board that you have an ad hoc committee as far as cannabis for any potential policy things that they bring forward to the board, and it's a robust public process once that's brought forward. The problem I see if there was any policy through Project Trellis or any other advisory committee that I would highly recommend, if it's not an ad hoc, that you put that on Registrar as well, so it's easy for the public to view and find those agendas, so that way there can be ample public participation, as was in the thousands of hours in developing policy within our county related to cannabis. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Thomas. We have one hand still left up, and that's 6670.
Good morning, Supervisors. Madeline DeLapp from Humboldt County Growers Alliance. Also would like to support staff recommendations as written. And just as a reminder for the public, because we fully understand the importance and the role that the Project Trellis microgrants has had on our community, just to remind people that there was over $3.4 million accepted from the state's equity funding earlier this year that will be disseminated for the 2022-2023 year. As well, further down on today's agenda, there are a water quality grant that is also going to be provided for the public or for cannabis operators, as well as the additional, I believe it's $16 million that is part of the DCC compliance agreement grants that are going to be focused on water storage, solar, and hydrology. So while we fully understand the need to continue to create these micro grants, there are other opportunities that are already secured. It's just a matter of time before the public can access them. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time. And thank you very much to Peggy and Scott for doing an incredible job on Project Trellis. As part of the group that helped bring Project Trellis to fruition back at the end of 2018 and 2019, while I definitely think we thought it was going to be able to do a lot, it really has. But being able to move forward, you know, there are other opportunities for our community and our county to pursue that will support us. So thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Madeline. All right, there's no one else on the phone, so we'll go back to the public. I'll go to you in just a second, Scott. I know Supervisor Bushnell wanted to make a comment.
I just, to some of the public comment, first of all, planning, and I just want to do a correction. Planning and building is no longer in Redway. They're in Garberville at the library 1 day a month. And so I don't want people to get confused and go back there. And then to your comment, sir, it's awesome that we've been able to, through Trellis, help. But for Trellis to continue forward, that means that the cannabis cultivators would have to continue, you know, with the decrease in Measure S, the funding's not there unless the cannabis cultivators pay into it. So that's why this item is coming forward to give them a little reprieve until we can figure out what way the county's going to go. So thank you, though.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Scott.
I was just going to remind the public, based on some comment received, that just as a reminder, our agency does have an MOU with Planning and Building. We meet regularly to talk about cannabis issues. We bring our Trellis staff and their staff together to discuss ways to enhance both programs. So that communication is occurring. And we are collaborating with our partners over Planning and Building to make sure that Trellis efficacy still is relevant and that we're keeping up with the changes in the industry. So,
thank you, Scott. Supervisor Wilson and then Madrone.
Yeah, I think Supervisor Bushnell brings up a good point with relationship to the funding and the funding stream with that. But actually teeing off what Supervisor Bohn said in terms of, as you know, when we made that reduction in Measure S, we said we were going to come back in a year and evaluate where we're at on that. And one of the things we were going to want to probably evaluate is how effective we've been spending the money that we received at the time when we were receiving it to really, you know, make good decisions about what we're going to do as we move forward. Because we said this was a temporary situation, and we're going to come back to that. So this just seems like that'll hopefully fit together when that time comes. Thanks.
All right, Supervisor Madrone.
I appreciate the discussion. That's really all I wanted to do, is bring it forward so we could have that. Also, for the speaker, the ad hoc committee no longer exists. It was discontinued because you can't have an ad hoc committee going year after year after year, because then it becomes a standing committee subject to the Brown Act and other requirements. So it was dissolved several months ago. It could easily be reinstituted by this board at some point in the future with 2 members of the board or whatever the board chooses to do. And that might be a good thing as we move forward to try and think about, are changes needed, and if so, what do they look like? So, but just to clarify.
All right, thank you. Was there a motion to approve staff recommendation? Did you make it already? Okay, sorry. I forgot. It seems like so long ago now. Not like yesterday's meetings, but yeah, we did not vote yet. Well, you did. Oh, that's right. The vote tab was in the way of my speaker tab. Okay, you voted twice. Okay. Thank you. All right, so we'll go to matters initiated by board members. And this one comes to us from Supervisor Bushnell regarding the Easy Smart Pay.
Thank you, through the chair. When I was down at CSAC Ledge Conference, there was a presentation on Smart Easy Pay. And throughout my district, I often hear, and we hear it often at this board, can we make monthly payments on our land taxes? And so I was interested in this and did a little bit of investigation and talked to our treasurer tax collector, who Amy is on, and also CSAC, Chase, and are going to present so that this board can make a decision whether this is something we want to have our county do.
All right.
Nikki?
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. We lost Barbara staff. I see Alan on there. Cool to
So
see you, Alan.
Alan, I think, is going to be the main presenter with Chase backing him up, and Amy is on Zoom also to answer questions of the board.
All right, thank you. I think we'll turn this over to the team from the Finance Corp.
Great. Thank you very much, Chairwoman Bass and Supervisors. Alan Fernandez on behalf of CSAC Finance Corporation. As Supervisor Bushnell said, that this is in regards to one of the programs that we initiated some 4 years ago at CSAC. The input that Supervisor Bushnell talks about from her constituents is not unique to Humboldt County. And in fact, the reason for this program is because it was something that county supervisors from time to time get as far as a request to offer additional flexibility and the ability to schedule monthly automated payments for property tax. As that issue was brought to CSAC, we investigated, what was out there, what could be done, and in the end result was that we decided to create a payment platform that any and all counties can onboard into voluntarily and make that functionality available to their taxpayers. It comes at no cost to the county. The fee that sustains the program is transferred onto the taxpayer, but I would say that that fee is actually very competitive, and indeed, I'm happy to report if you're paying by credit card, actually through our platform, it is the cheapest way to pay by credit card in the state of California. And so we're very proud of the program, the platform. We started initially as a pilot some 3-4 years ago in San Luis Obispo County. We doubled that one county to 2 counties. It doubled again in the third year to 4 counties. We're now at 8 counties, and now we're finally completed our pilot phase of the program and are inviting any and all counties to onboard into the platform. So we're very proud of it. We think that it offers a great service to taxpayers who need this kind of relief and option and help to budget this, fairly sizable bill that comes twice a year. And so we're really excited to onboard Humboldt County. Amy, as Supervisor Bushnell said, she did some inquiries into it, and then Amy and our team, Chase, who's on the call here and could answer any questions as well, made ourselves available. She asked a lot of great questions and did some due diligence. And like I said, we're really excited to onboard Humboldt. You're not alone. There's probably another 6 or so counties that will be onboarding in the next month or so. So eventually what we will have is a platform here available to California counties to make this service available to their constituents. And as we get scale, we're only going to inure greater benefit to the taxpayer, which is, I think, ultimately what all of our goals are when it comes to collection of tax and being responsive to consumers. So that's all I have right now. I'm happy to get into some of the details if there's any questions, but that's a very high-level overview of the program, the platform, the history, and where we are today.
Well, Alan, before I go to Supervisor Bushnell, I'm really glad this is coming forward now, because when it started and they were in the process of San Luis Obispo being the pilot, I tried for about 2 years, and the tax collector at that time was not, was reluctant, let's put it that way. I think there's concerns about capacity issues. So I'm really glad that now seems to be a time where this is something we can move forward with. Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you through the chair. Would our treasurer tax collector like to add any comment?
This would be an easy process for our office to implement. It's the same steps we take with any lender or bank that collects an impound account and then remits taxes to the county. So easy for us and would not require much additional workload.
All right, thank you, Amy, or treasurer tax collector. Supervisor Wilson, then back to Bushnell.
Yeah, just a question. I mean, right now, and this is maybe a question for Amy, I mean, an individual can set up bank transfers on a monthly process now. Is that not the case? Or? No. And is there a reason why we just don't do that just as the county? And why would it be beneficial to go through an organization to do that, and at what cost?
So
we don't accept monthly payments. Oh, go ahead, Alan.
Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, in actually, there are some legal issues that are come into play here, and that is counties aren't permitted to accept, quote, partial payments. Many counties and county councils have opined that they don't have the ability legally to accept monthly payments, because those monthly payments, in short, would be a partial payment. And so there's one legal impediment that it has been a challenge for counties to get around, which is why in part counties haven't done this. Now, I don't want to mislead you and say no counties accept partial payments. There are two in the state of California that do, Santa Clara and LA County, and they derive that authority under their charter status as charter counties. But for the most part, all other counties, they don't offer this service because legally they opine that would be tantamount to accepting partial payment, and therefore they can't do it. Not to mention, in order to do it, most counties, and this is why we ultimately decided to develop a separate payment portal that was sort of agnostic to the types of counties, because if a county didn't decide they wanted to do it, most counties would have to update their payment systems, which would be a pretty big cost. So that's answering the question as to why counties don't do it, or in some instances opine that they cannot do it. As to the first question, though, a constituent, anyone can set up a separate bank account and kind of calculate what that amount of their property taxes and transfer those funds into a separate account to make it. But the distinction and the difference here is, as part of this onboarding process, when you pass the resolution to endorse this, we actually ingest your tax roll data. And so a bank that a consumer may want to set up this kind of mechanism for wouldn't have eyes and ears directly into the tax roll. And so every year when the taxes adjust, it would be left to the consumer to make that adjustment. And by the way, sometimes throughout the year, those tax dollars, or the tax roll, is adjusted because maybe a property went through an assessment appeals matter and it changed the nature of the bill. And so that it's about that connection between the mechanism that schedules and calculates that monthly payment to the actual tax roll maintained by the county. And that is something that a consumer really can't set up.
As a follow-up question, when you say it's just not legal, what was the foundation for the purpose of making it so that counties couldn't take partial payments? I mean, to whose advantage is that? And if it's something that counties can't do, why wouldn't CSAC advocate to make it something that counties can do?
Well, I think the rationale, the law basically says a county may not accept partial payment. And that has to do with the fact that there's also a pretty hefty penalty assessed if someone were to be late. And so the reason why they don't accept, the statute, I think, says they don't accept partial payment is because otherwise, if, for example, let's just use an example that a tax bill is $100 and you were collecting partial payments from a taxpayer, and say you only collected $80 of that because you were collecting in increments. Well, the law in California says that if you do not pay your taxes in full by that date, a 10% penalty is assessed. And so I think the rationale behind not acceptance of partial payment had to do, it was sort of connected back to the really the enforcement mechanism, that penalty provision, that 10% penalty provision, to really put teeth behind the statutes, and to ask the question of, well, why is the penalty where it is, and why did the law connect it back and make those teeth pretty sharp, if you will? It's because, obviously, as you know better than most, that the property tax dollar isn't just for the county, it's for all of the taxing entities within the county. And so because of the reliance on that dollar is why I think the payment penalty percentage is as high as it is, and why that provision of not accepting partial payments was also part of it.
If I could interrupt just really quickly. So I spoke with Amy prior to bringing this item forward, and through state law, you cannot take partial payments, and they will not. And so this is a program that's similar to an impound account through your mortgage. They have an impound count for your insurance and your taxes. This is a voluntary item available to constituents. You can go on, you'll be able to go on our website, hit a button, sign up for it, and they will they can take it out of your bank account, you can do it through credit card. They gather and hold the money, and they make the payments twice a year, just like an impound count would do. This is a voluntary, yes, there is I think 1.5% is the amount that you would pay as the consumer to use it. And it's not, our county is already set up for the inboarding of the information to them. And so there would be no expense, a very rare, small expense to us. Also, IT would not be affected or have to do any additional work. Amy's office will put the link on their website. It's pretty simple. And I am assured through her and through CSAC that there's not a way for us or very many counties to even get a partial payment available to any of our constituents.
And to respond and to really push on this just a little bit, I'm in agreement we should probably do this because it is the only option. My point is that, or my question really is, it just seems like there's a law that ties our hands that then requires, if someone wants to do partial payment, to pay a fee to Chase. Great, another place that we have to, another stream of money that goes to an international banking organization, and yet I still haven't really found the fundamental reason why the state doesn't allow counties, especially really large counties, which could do this themselves. It seems like.
You're looking for the logic? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I mean, it seems like the logic to me is that we don't have as big a lobbyist as the lobbyists that helped create that law. But that's okay. We'll go with what we have in the construct that we're at. I appreciate, and I'm not saying I don't appreciate you bringing this forward, because I do think it's something that we need to do to provide a service. But nonetheless, it just seems odd to me that there is a law that prohibits the counties from taking partial payment, and I just don't. I question who benefits from that.
So, did you not know that in the past?
No, I did not know that.
Well, I've known forever because I've asked. My constituents have asked about partial payments. So maybe that's something you would like to take on.
All right, you guys, you should go.
And
All right, hold on, I had Supervisor Madrone had his hand up, and then Supervisor Bohn, and I'm not sure. Oh, you didn't? Okay, I had you down. Supervisor Bohn.
And just so you know, Mike, this has been, John Bartholomew was, when Virginia first brought this a couple years ago, they're always nervous about partial payments or anything outside the realm they don't protect, because he was very protective of staff time and how much staff time. Because just as they said, how do you do the penalties, which we do get a lot of in penalties, tax penalties, but coming out of the private sector, John and I probably had this conversation a dozen times. I had people in my office with $60,000 and $70,000 that wanted to make a partial cannabis payment. Well, I come out of the private sector, and my thing is, if somebody comes in and wants to pay part of their bill, no, you got to pay the whole bill. No, you burden the hand. I mean, you take what you can in case something happens, and then we don't get anything. And so that a lot of that had to do with staffing and perceived staffing. What this does, and as it's further into fruition and it is successful, it allows, and we do lose 1.5%. You're right, and we get a conglomerate international banking giant.
We don't.
No, we don't. The consumer does. But with that being said, a lot of people go against their credit line at 4% and 5% twice a year for their tax, to pay their tax thing. So this is a better deal in the long run, and because of the amount. So, and if somebody locally provided it, we could probably do that. But there is a lot of moving parts to this to make it work. So as this goes, this is great. I'm glad to see this happening. I don't use an impound account because I like to, I don't think the bank needs to hold my money for that reason. So, but I'm just saying this is a great resource, and I think CSAC Finance has come up with a great idea. So,
yeah, and just to say again, like, I think it would be better for that 1% to go into this community if there's a space to do that. I mean, we created community choice aggregation for energy for the same reason, and maybe this is an opportunity for community banking to get into this sort of thing, because that would be a place where we could have that resource stay here. But in the meantime, offering a service, I'm totally okay with that. We have a lot of banking that we do with all these banks. I'm thankful that this is here. I impound my money with my bank, which is a credit union, and I like to do that. But I'm glad that this will be available to folks, and I appreciate Supervisor Bushnell bringing it forward.
Supervisor Bushnell?
I just want to kind of hit on something Supervisor Bohn said. However, I don't want people to confuse that Measure S taxes will be able to be paid through this platform. They will not at this time. And so I really want to stress that, because that is not an option. This is for property taxes only.
At this time. All right. Well, let's see if we have some public comment on this. And if you're on the phone, if you're listening or watching on TV and you want to comment, call in, press star 9 and raise your hand, and we'll go through those in the public here. I've got sure Dottie, come forward, or not Dottie. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to address the board. My question actually with this possibility for having an impound account, having it be able to pay your taxes, cannabis taxes will not be considered. What will it take for that to happen? Because those folks, I think, are the ones who are consistently, especially right now, running into problems with meeting their high taxation.
Okay, and we will discuss that a bit when we get back up here, I think. Welcome, Dottie.
Hi. So always coming up here with problems, hopefully finding some solutions. Michelle, I think it's a really, really great idea. I'm glad that you've been working on that and aware of our possibilities. So as some of us are getting older and some of us are less healthy than we were many years ago, trying to keep up with things, payments, confusion, maybe medical problems, makes it really difficult to try to just stay on top of things. I think this is a great idea. It wouldn't be fair to just say, oh, just deal with Area 1 for the aging because they probably need it the most, but I, for one, need it. So I think it's a great opportunity. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to say, once again, we care. We care enough to make a difference. So we have a piece of property. We're on the board, as you all know, I'm sure, of the Christian Science Church. And somehow there was this very small amount of money, which is questionable anyway, that it was taxed as a church, but we won't go there. So there was a very, very small tax bill. And I opened a piece of mail that came randomly just with junk mail. And I happened to open it because I saw it was from the county, which I always try to not miss those. And this piece of property was on the list of tax lien sales. They were going to sell this property for $900. We weren't aware of the tax because it wasn't supposed to be taxed in the first place. So they were going to sell it. It was not registered mail. We were not notified 45 days before, and it was on the list to sell it. Oops, big mistake. Well, so fortunately, God was with us on this one, with all of us, because it could have been a real big mess. And it all worked out. We took care of it, and it was okay, but there are mistakes that are made. And partial payments, that's crazy. We have this situation right now that's going on with an $86,000 lien for tearing down a church, and that partial payment can't be made. That piece of property is now available for housing. That piece of property, if we work together, can be exactly what the Housing Trust Fund needs. And so we really, I don't understand at all what the game is here. And I don't mean game because that's a rude thing to say. But let's work together and make this work. This is just time. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Dottie. No one else is coming forward that I can see. And there's no hands up, so we can go back to the board. And the motion is for me to sign the resolution moving this forward. If there's more conversation on this, or
if I could just respond to one of the commenters. So I have had the conversation with our treasurer tax collector on including the Measure S funds in this process. However, right now, the Measure S funds they're not a set, they're fluctuating according to what this board is doing. And so at this time, they aren't able to do that. However, I have and will continue speaking with the treasurer tax collector on a process that we can try to include those, because I do realize, and my community, my constituents, it's a question asked every week, how we can do partial payments for that Measure S. And with that, I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the chair to sign the attached resolution. And thank you to CSAC, and thank you to our treasurer tax collector, Amy, for being available and willing.
Thank you.
do I have a second? Second?
Second.
I can second. Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. All right, so we have a motion and a second. I don't see any other conversation happening, so I believe the vote tab is up. All right, that passed. Thank you, Chase and Alan, for being with us.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Just receiving a special piece of information there. Yes.
Chair Bass, just a point of order. Item E1, which was for the local drought proclamation, we just need your board to officially accept staff recommendations. If we could get a motion on that.
So we did need it after all.
Yes. Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
So we're going back, we're going to have the drought on the 28th.
So Chair Bass, I'd like to clarify
And I apologize. The item before you on the agenda today should have been on the consent calendar, and it was purely asking your board to continue the local drought emergency until your board received the full comprehensive report on the 28th from the Drought Task Force. They're really two separate items, but in order to meet the statute, your board needs to revisit the local emergency every 30 days. And so that needed to happen today, so that when you receive the Drought Task Force report next week, or on the 28th, excuse me, your board can make a decision on whether or not to continue the local emergency. So I apologize for that. It should have been on the consent calendar.
Okay, so we also will go to public comment on this. So looks like we have a motion and we have a second, is what I'm seeing on the screen. So we're reopening the drought item. The actual report will be on the 28th. But if you're interested in making public comment and you're on the phone, you should press *9 now. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to make public comment on that item? All right, seeing none. Anyone on the phone? I don't see any hands up. All right, so I guess we can vote. All right, good thing it passed. We're minus one supervisor who is absent for a brief period of time. I'm going to ask for, can we take a 5-minute break? Yeah, just take a 5-minute break. I know Supervisor Bohn needs to get on the road, but some of us want, or 4-minute break, or 6. Let's come back at 11:15. At least once. Do this. Okay, so we have a brief special presentation before we go to the next two items. So Supervisor. Go ahead.
No offense, everybody, but that was a lot like cats on a chalkboard. I'm just telling you right now.
And I probably shouldn't have kicked Supervisor Bohn in the shin, but we were trying to make it a surprise. It's like.
It was a surprise.
We tell you, don't tell you because you talk. All right, so, oops, we're waiting for one other. Should we start without mic on? Oh, you want to say something?
I do.
No, Supervisor Madrone, is this on?
Actually, if we could not, because this
No, we're
is-
going to talk. I think we're going to mention Supervisor Madrone is not talking on this item. I mean, he's talking on the birthday item.
I am. In the words of John Lennon, life is what happens to you while you're busy making other plans. And I just want to say, so you say it's your birthday.
That was a much better key than the birthday song was. All right.
Here comes 12 minutes now.
You reparked the car?
Yeah, you know our fobs don't work, so.
Oh, yeah, the fobs, the old fob. Well. All right. So we'll move on to the next two items come to us from Planning and Building. And the first one is regarding the allocation of Water Quality Improvement Grant Program funds from the Commercial Cannabis Land Use Ordinance Mitigation and Remediation Fund. And for this, I will go to Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bass, members of the Board of Supervisors, John Ford, Michael Richardson, and Lana Adler with the Planning and Building Department to present this allocation of funds from the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance Mitigation Remediation Fund. I want to give you a little bit of background on this. You may recall that this fund came from a settlement agreement that came out of the adoption of the CCLUO. And part of that agreement required that the recommendations for the expenditure of the funds made to the board be in collaboration with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Regional Water Quality Control Board. So when we put out the notice that we were accepting applications for these funds, we went through the appropriate steps and took in applications, evaluated them, and consulted with CDFW and the regional board. The recommendation we brought forward before ignored some of the recommendations for CDFW and the Regional Water Quality Control Board. So we pulled that back. We met again with CDFW and with the regional board. And so what we're bringing back to you today is a recommendation that reflects CDFW, reflects the regional board, and also reflects county staff's thinking and understanding of this. We understand that there's a number of applications on here that are not being recommended to receive funds. That does not mean that they will never get funds from this. It means that we need to work with them more to make it make their applications more approvable in terms of the criteria that have been established working in collaboration with the state agencies. I'm going to now ask Lana if she has anything that she'd like to add. I think she's remote.
John, I did want to ask, it mentions a public hearing on this one. At least it says close the public hearing. So is this an actual public hearing?
This does not need to be a public hearing.
Okay, because in the item on the agenda, it said open the public hearing, and it's like, I could not find it on this. All right, thank you for clarifying that.
I apologize for that. It is a departmental item, and we are so used to doing public hearings that when we say receive public comment, we unfortunately leave public hearing in there. And so we'll work more effectively to fix that.
No worries.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors.
She's up.
Oh, okay.
Good morning. I wanted to present our staff report for the Friends in the Eel River Remediation and Mitigation Grant Program. Do I need to share my screen, or is this up in the chambers? I can't. Oh, there we go. Excellent. Thank you. So the next slide. So John gave a brief summary. This fund was approved by the board on August 17th, 2021. It provides 4 years of grants to provide improved water quality in targeted watersheds impacted by cannabis cultivation. This grant ultimately implements the 2019 Commercial Cannabis Land Use Ordinance Settlement Agreement with the Friends of the Eel River versus the County of Humboldt. So we're currently in the first year, year one, to allocate $1.1 million from the general fund. In years 2 through 4, there will be up to $1.1 million with the fines and penalties from the cannabis enforcement actions. The amount is likely subject to change depending on what the fines and penalties are based on that future amount for funding. So just a quick overview of the program guidelines. A minimum of 80% of the budget for these grants needs to be applied towards physical road improvements. The properties that are currently in a code enforcement abatement process are ineligible for approval for the grant. So we created a ranking criteria for those applications that provide the best and highest water quality benefits. And in doing that, we worked with coordination through the state resources, Fish and Wildlife, and the Regional Water Quality Control Board to review and rank all the applications. And any of the unallocated funds will be available in future years. So this year in October, the end of October 2021, we received 10 grant applications. We reviewed those for completeness and did a preliminary ranking and referred those around both internally to the county agencies in code enforcement, building and planning, and we also referred those to the state agencies, Fish and Wildlife and Regional Board. And we worked together through several meetings to collect their comments and feedback on these applications and what they recommended for funding approval. So based on the review of the applications and the recommended feedback we received, staff recommends funding two applications that we received, the Cobb Road improvements and the Samuels Ranch Road. Both of these are for the full amounts that these applicants requested. They are within the program guidelines. And so we wanted to make sure to maximize water quality benefits and utilize the state resource agencies. As they're out in the field, they really have a good sense of where work can be done that really benefits watersheds. So we were able to recommend that these two projects to begin with, and looked at the other applications. Some of them we didn't recommend due to the work had already been completed on site, and state agencies didn't believe that that actually has any additional watershed improvements or any watershed benefits. So applicants in compliance with state permitting, that was also something that we just talked about extensively with the state agencies, and they recommended that any applications need to be in compliance with all of their state permitting requirements as well as their local permitting requirements. And then the cost estimates with applications are consistent between the grant applications and what is on file with the state agencies. So as a result, the 8 other applications we talked about further and recommended rolling over some of those applications to the next round of funding for year 2. So we provided our staff recommendations. The board may choose alternative to fund different amounts or other applications as they see fit to administration of these grant funds. We don't recommend this alternative because the funding amounts are both consistent with the settlement agreement and the comments from state agencies for those 2 grant applications that we're recommending for approval. And that's all I had for my staff report, and we'll welcome any questions or comments on this.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Can you advise when round 2 of applications will be accepted?
We're anticipating that those will be open by the 1st of August.
So thank you for that. And my other question is going to be, I see a lot of these applications were denied because their LSA, the amounts didn't align with the LSA. It was over, these amounts were over. Did we not take into consideration rising costs? No. Excuse me?
Oh. No, not from the audience. Yep.
I think the concern was from the state level, and that's part of what we want to do in the round 2 is reconcile why there's a difference. And we have heard that there are alternative explanations, but on the the base concern there is that the state application fee is based upon the cost estimate of the project. And so the cost estimate that was given for the state permit is very much lower than what's being requested in terms of doing the work with the permit. And we just really need to reconcile what the real cost is.
Well, thank you for that. But as this board sees, and every state agency comes back after a project is completed and says, oh, we need more money. So, because we went over budget. And so it's common. I think there was 3 today on adjustments on our agenda. My last question would be, I recognize that oftentimes we don't fund past projects that are completed. However, can you tell me, was it the planning and buildings direction that we didn't fund past projects that were completed that obviously are impactive to the watersheds, or was it someone else?
That was in discussions with the state.
And is there any way to, going forward, that we may rectify that, or can we show cause that the past projects that were completed really are helpful in the drainage into the runoff into the watersheds?
Yeah, I think that if the board can give direction that there are some things that you would like to see in terms of existing projects, sorry, I'm going to make sure this doesn't ring again, is that we would welcome that and share that with the subcommittee that consists of county staff and state agencies so that we can anticipate where the board is at. We do want to bring things forward, obviously, that reflect the board's will. And obviously, as Ms. Adler mentioned, you're not limited in any way by the recommendation today. We're just trying to be true to the settlement agreement that was signed, and
I understand that, and I know that it's dicey to go against a settlement agreement when that's the criteria that we currently have. One last question, and thank you for answering all these. So if we open the process again in August, what is the anticipation of open to closed and then funding?
so we would anticipate keeping it open at least 30 days. And that would be then really difficult to allocate funding and do construction this year. If we can get it open sooner, we will try. I just don't want to promise something that we can't commit to allow construction this year. But otherwise, it would be funding probably for first thing next construction season.
In the spring, so we
Yeah.
would miss because of the winter coming on.
Right.
Okay, thank you. One last question, however. If we allocate, or this board wants to fund past projects, and we open that criteria in August, then we would be able to fund those past if that is part of what the funding looks like. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions from supervisors? Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, basically along the same lines of questioning or suggestions made by Supervisor Bushnell. You know, often when folks are filling out permits like an LSA application, given the state of the industry and all the costs that people have put out for everything they've had to comply with, it's not unusual for one to try and hold those costs down when you're estimating your LSA and your project, because it's coming out of your own pocket. And so something that might really need $40,000, it wouldn't be unusual for me to see somebody submit an LSA saying it's really going to be 20 or 30,000 because they're hoping to get it done for less because they don't have the money. So there's an underestimating that perhaps occurs, or a conservative approach to estimating, we'll just say, not on purpose trying to lie or cheat or not present the correct information. It's just human nature that when you're submitting the application, you're going to go with something a little bit less in your LSA. It's been a while since I filled out an LSA, but when I did, there was a range of costs as far as the cost for the permit. It wasn't a percentage cost, it was a range, so that if your project fell below X amount of dollars, it costs this much for the permit. If it was within this range, it costs this much for the permit. Is that still the case? Do you know?
That's not the way I understand it now. I think there was just a specified cost because that's what the fee is based on.
Isn't there like a base cost and then an additional cost based on the value of the project or something?
There may be. I did not look at their applications.
I know it's complicated. But anyway, I think that's partially what we're dealing with here, is that people put in a conservative estimate for that. But once you're actually seeking funding to help you make it happen, and a year or two have gone by since you did the LSA, 3 years have gone by, whatever it might take, well, we all know costs have gone up dramatically, especially for steel, for culverts, for plastics, for equipment operators, for all of these things. And with gas prices going up now, I suspect the costs this summer are going to be astronomical for diesel and for equipment operators. They're going to go up. We know that. So I can understand why there might be that disconnect between the cost in the LSA and the cost that people have submitted. Sometimes they can be way out of line, and that's pretty clear, but I think often they're within the range of probability of what it might actually cost to do the project in today's terms. And I have to assume that all of these projects were required to do this work. If they have an LSA, it was something that they applied for as part of their cannabis permitting process in order to be compliant with DFW to get their permits to the state and the county. And so they're all required to do it. And some of these folks went out and already did it. And we're going to say, no, you're not eligible. Whereas the ones that haven't done it already are the only ones eligible. And as far as incentives go, which, as you know, I'm a big proponent of, I want to reward the people who have already done it on their own and gone to make it happen. I don't want to not reward the others, per se, but I do think that that's not what I would support for a disqualifying consideration, the fact that they've already done the work. Unless there's something I'm missing here, because I think all of these folks are required to do this.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
If I could, through the
Please.
chair.
Yeah.
I think Supervisor Madrone, you're on point relative to the requirements. I think from the idealism of the original settlement agreement, and this was intended to encourage people to do things that they otherwise wouldn't be required to do.
Right.
And so it is all about the incentive. But in today's market, we completely understand that there is a need to just help people get the requirements done.
So they don't lose their permits. Yeah.
Correct. And I think another part of this that we need to fix in terms of round two is it's very easy to look and dismiss things when you're just looking at a piece of paper.
Yeah.
And we really do need to be able to meet with the applicants and have the agencies and everybody meet with the applicants and get a sense of
Sure.
who they are and what they're trying to do. That, I think, is another part of the missing element here.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you that in an ideal world, we'd want to have these funds go to those folks that are doing things above and beyond what they're required to do by any law or any permit or any requirement, because then we're getting that extra bang for the buck in the watershed. I agree with that, but none of these fit that category. Every one of these is in the category of being required to do this work. Some of them went about doing it and spent the money to get it done, and now they're not eligible for reimbursement in this round. Whereas those that didn't get it done, for whatever reason, it's not a good, bad, or ugly thing, it's just reality, they are more eligible for the reimbursement. And I just, for one member of this 5-member board, I would want to support reimbursing folks that get the work done, even if it's already been completed. And I actually think that that's a really strong incentive to those that haven't done it yet, because then they can sit there and go, wow, if I get it done, then I'm still eligible. Why not get it done this summer? Let's make it happen. So there can be incentives in lots of different directions with this kind of stuff. But I just think that my preference would be that we allow those that have completed the work to be eligible as well, and that we look a little more carefully at the difference between the LSA estimate and the on the ground estimate in today's reality and costs. And, if there's still a disparity there, then one could require as a part of this grant that they go back and amend their LSA and bring that cost estimate up and pay the additional fee for that permit if that's so dictated by that. So just those couple thoughts that I had. Also, there was, the comment about no coho in the stream. Maybe it would be better to spend it somewhere else. But of course, that project actually is being recommended for funding. I believe that was in Salmon Creek, I think. And just because they're not there today doesn't mean they won't be there tomorrow. Because all these watersheds, especially Salmon Creek, has a long history of people engaging in watershed restoration and road work and all this stuff long before there were ever any of these grants to do that. So just a couple thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Director Ford? No? Any other supervisors have a question or comment? Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. So I also, through this second round of applications, did we get more applications than originally? So this Cobb Road one is new? The one that was funded for $108,000, were we recommending that previous?
Yes.
And this is a road association in correspondence with Fish and Wildlife?
Yes.
And that was the intent of this monies? Like, I thought that, so did they have identifying problems and then sought this funding, or?
That is my understanding, yes. In fact, in discussions between the Road Association and CDFW, I believe that CDFW finds this to be a very beneficial project to complete.
And CDFW, though, is the one that's weighing in mostly on rejecting or not funding.
They have a very definitive voice. I think the Regional Water Quality Control Board has a definitive voice also, and they're of the same mind.
Okay, so this is 108,000 with moderate rate of, how many people access this road?
I think were there 13?
It doesn't say in here, it just says, look, not well traveled.
Okay, there's 13 parcels. One of the concerns, I think, with this one was that was also one of the parcels was in violation, and the state was a little concerned about allocating the full share of money to it. But the RMA shouldn't be penalized because one of the parcel owners is in violation.
Has an abatement, open
Right.
abatement. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions before we go to public comment? Okay, if you're listening or watching on a screen and you wish to make public comment, I need to call in and press *9 so we know you're there, but we will go to those who are in person first. And just a note for people who may not speak here normally, there is a 3-minute time limit, so when you come forward, if you can share your name with us, it'd be great. You don't have to, yeah, welcome.
Hi, my name's John Miller. I'm here on behalf of the Samuels Ranch Loop Road. We have a 12 miles of road. We have 28 permitted farms. We're asking for $30,000 because it was my belief that we had to have matching funds. We really have a budget of $200,000. I understand this is a 4-year program so that we can reapply and reapply and reapply. We do not have any known LSAs to deal with, so basically we're just purchasing quarry rock and placing it with a bulldozer and hopefully be able to rent a grader. And I was just basically wondering if I could increase our budget from the asked 30,000, or if I should just reapply on that.
We can respond to that after public comment period.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, basically, yeah, I'm just very thankful that it looks like we're slated to be approved, and I'm really grateful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, yes, welcome. Just line up, file up one after another. Welcome, thank you for being here.
My name is Sarah Dodier, and I live on Cobb Road in Dinsmore. I also serve as the Road Association Treasurer. I am speaking on behalf of the residents of Cobb Road with primarily small cultivation licenses. Cobb Road Association was formalized in spring of 2020. We are composed of 12 properties with 10 owners. Initially, we raised $45,000 in funds to begin the process of applying for an LSA agreement as a road association. Some properties had more than one culvert to replace, and others could have qualified for waivers, but we formed a road association as everyone needed the road equally. I am a specialty cottage cultivator. My husband and I have 2,000 square feet of cultivation area. We have homesteaded on this property and raised our kids since 2008. My husband volunteers for the fire department as well as search and rescue. And my older children have moved on and are purchasing their own properties locally. One has graduated from College of the Redwoods and 2 in grade school. We have 1 culvert on our property. It must be replaced. It needs to be 15 feet deep, 60 inches in diameter, and 80 feet long. And that culvert alone for just materials and labor will be $25,000 to install. The association has paid for multiple environmental companies, engineers, and experts to get the proper permitting and certifications for our shared road. And I am pretty sure that it will be an unimaginable hardship if we had to burden that alone. Thank you from me and my family and my neighbors. I hope you will take the staff's recommendation to approve our funding to help us meet the requirements of our Fish and Wildlife Agreement. And if only you knew how important it could be for others and other applicants, you would not hesitate to improve them too. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to address the board. My name is Jessica Warren. I'm the project manager for Madrone Advisors. I was the lead in preparing the mitigation and remediation grant fund applications for our clients. Due to the strict criteria of the grant scope, few in our broad community of farmers were eligible to apply. These requirements also made the application process time-consuming and difficult, with a lot of technical research and detailed information needed. This included collecting bids and preparing project budgets based on information existing in October 2021 when the applications were submitted. Through the grant website and its written guidance document, the planning department created certain expectations about how the grant process would be carried out. They strongly encouraged applicants to use a letter of intent to begin an interactive process with the department. They plan to provide a report by December 31st of each grant year. We submitted 4 letters of intent before the October 1st deadline, yet none of our applicants received any feedback and no preliminary report was ever released. The website and guidance document also indicate that applicants would have the opportunity to modify their proposals based on comments from the reviewing agencies. Instead, the agency's comments were not communicated to the applicants until the final staff report was released to the Board of Supervisors and the public. That's when 3 of our 4 clients discovered that they were not recommended for the final staff report. The most often stated reason for denial of these grants was CDFW comments that the amounts in our clients' original LSAA notifications were inconsistent with their grant project budgets. As an LSAA is required for state licensing, these LSAA applications were done several years ago based on general estimates of materials and labor and may not have included all the additional permitting, engineering, and related costs which exist today. In reality, costs have gone up. In 2020, a quote for a 50-foot, 36-inch culvert was $3,800. By October 2021, it was $4,500. That's an 18% increase. Penalizing grant applicants because their projects cost more now than the LSAA application is unfair. We ask that you consider awarding these applicants who met all the original requirements, whose projects are CDFW required projects, projects supported by the State Water Board, projects that will make significant improvements to shared roads, waterways, and area watersheds. Award these environmental projects that meet the intention these funds were set aside to support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Suzanne from Madrone Advisors. I'd like to address today comments made from the 2 agencies that we've been discussing for 3 of the grant proposals, for Serendipity, for Noonan Creek, and for Walker Ridge. Beginning with comments of Fish and Wildlife. For Serendipity, quote, grant application project is inconsistent with LSA project cost, unquote. Well, as we've heard, culvert replacement projects were identified by the environmental professionals preparing the project. It's not some nefarious attempt to get more money. Additional costs are needed, like the 401 permits and the certifications required, and hiring professionals to get the job done. Next, quote, overall project costs appear excessive, unquote. All costing for these projects were based on actual quotes, and the quotes were provided by the professionals. Next, quote, there is no supporting documentation for contractor bids, unquote. This was not part of the requirement for the submittal. Regarding Noonan Creek, quote, high priority Mattole watershed, project costs excessive, unquote. The applicant hired a certified professional to prepare the LSA back in 2019, but CDFW did not have enough bandwidth to issue the LSA. Instead, it was approved as is with an OPLAW letter. If CDFW trusted her application as is, why not trust her to implement the improvements as well? Regarding Walker Ridge, quote, out of compliance, reporting delinquent, unquote. Interesting to note here that CDFW has never provided a standard format for reporting, a guide or instructional materials regarding reporting, never provided reminders for reporting or delinquent notifications like most other government agencies do. In fact, they didn't even have a portal for reporting of LSAs until just recently. And because Walker Ridge has an LSA from 2019, they can't even access this portal for their annual reporting. And yet, CDFW wants to use it as an excuse to deny funding for work they have made a requirement of compliance. A side note, Walker Ridge, they are currently updated with all of their reporting. I can vouch for that. I handed it in myself. Regarding comments on Adona White from North Coast, she refers serendipity. She quotes saying high priority work, thus a high dollar amount request makes sense. She's been on that property. She knows. For Walker Ridge, she wrote, obvious water quality benefit to Tom Long Creek. She also fully supports the Noonan Creek project.
Thank you very much, Suzanne.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Markman. I am the Noonan Creek farm that she was talking about, and I have lived in the community for 30 years. I've owned my property for about 17 years. I am me, myself, and I have raised my children here, single mom, you know, provider, sole caretaker, everything. I have a small farm. I'm not a big farm. I have been doing everything myself. I have tried to make everything Jennifer-proof so nothing fails, because this economy is so volatile that I need to be able to make my living the way I've been making it. And so we have this wonderful money that came, and I am one of these people who have not been able to get it done, because I don't have that. I don't have it buried in the ground or stashed in an account or anything like that. I never have. I've paid for my children. They're grown now, and now it is just me. So the LSA, which was the biggest component of why it was denied, when that LSA was created, it said that for the 80-foot wide thing across Noonan Creek culvert needed to be replaced, and you know, and it's 6 feet deep on one end, and it's way deeper on the other end, and it's right above the Matole. About 10 years ago, I had Matole Restoration come down and actually look at it, because I have been watching this. If this road goes out because of this culvert, it goes directly into the Matole. We're not on a tributary, we're not on anything else. We are right above the Matole, and right where I'm at is spawning grounds. It is beautiful. My kids have swum there. Many people come to swim there. It is a wonderful place. It's a wonderful place to be, and we don't want that sediment to be coming down. Now, I don't have that money to replace it, and all this money that has been granted in this way, the way I see it, is for people like me, you know, and other farms. I'm a cannabis grower, and I keep my land very clean, and I am very sensitive to the Matole. So right now, it said, the LSA said $5,000, but really, when it was quoted to me, it was $51,816. And when I got that quote, I nearly choked. I was, oh my God. And then I got informed that the prices have gone up to something up to 16 to 32%, which would make it up to $68,000 in today's prices. And that is really hard for someone like me. So I'm just asking you to reconsider. And I don't know if there are other points that I was supposed to make, because I wrote it down, but you know, I'm asking you to reconsider, because this is not easy, and we have a gift here, and these funds are here. They're going to better the environment. They're going to make us breathe easier, have less stress, and they're going to, you know, and they're going to help our roads and everything that we need. So I appreciate all the work that you all have done. So thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And you might want to pull the microphone down a little bit so you can get closer to it there. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. My name is Susan Alban, and I've lived in Humboldt since 1968, went to Humboldt State, and in 1980 moved with my husband to Harris in southern Humboldt to create our homestead on undeveloped land. We have always grown organically and been good stewards of the land. We have helped create an independent study school, radio station, environmental action groups, and are engaged in the community. We are some of your legacy farmers. We raised 2 children here who are fully functional adults and who also have the love and commitment to the land and who help us on the farm. Our son is a firefighter. The plant holds a special place in my heart, and it is my medicine. It helps with pain. I love working with it and get great enjoyment thinking of all the people it helps. We have a sustainable farm. We've worked for years to comply with all the regulations and spent our savings hiring professionals to help navigate this twisting road. We have already paid Fish and Game over $8,000 in fees for their permit. We have done everything we have been told to do, and everything that needs to be reporting has been done. Obviously, the costs have gone up a lot since this estimate was made. With the market crashing, distributors who take your products, don't sell it, then return it at the end of the year, taxes and fees at every turn, we would have great hard time paying for it all of it without your help with this grant. We are some of your legacy farmers. We want to be compliant and continue to produce our organic, regenerative, sun-grown buds for the public. Please help Walker Ridge Family Farm with this grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Well, excuse me, welcome.
Good morning. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for this opportunity to appeal a staff recommendation denial of our request for financial help in complying with some of the environmental requirements for continuing to farm cannabis on our 80-acre homestead. As a matter of introduction, my wife and I bought our land, moved to Humboldt County in 1980, and started to raise a family. We are craftsmen and make our living producing a line of leather bags, a business that is now over 50 years old. When Initiative 215 was enacted, we began to supply legal dispensaries in the Bay Area to help patients. As we already had an income, and because the camp program was so invasive, we only grew small amounts. We are also environmentalists and have stewarded our land responsibly and sustainably. Our current gardens, roads, and buildings for our grows occupies less than 5% of our land mass. We have also supported many environmental organizations and nonprofits, schools, our health center, community center, and community radio station. We started a local school, founded the Harris Community Center, which I am the chairman of, and just lately founded the Greater Palo Verde Fire Safe Council, which I am a chairman of. Our commitment to the health of our community and the environment of Humboldt County is well established. As a reason for our rejection, because, and I quote, they are out of compliance with reporting regulations of LSAA, unquote, our family was greatly affected by the pandemic that took the lives of several members of our son's family who helped manages our farm. Also, unrealistic restrictions on when during the year we are to do the work are unreasonable, leaving us only a small window each year to do the work. We are also hesitant due to the fact that the size of the work required can actually harm the environment itself. Regardless, we are committed to complying and are opposed to do it within days of this hearing. Next, they said, and I quote, also grant application project costs are inconclusive with LSA project costs. Project difference is approximately $27,000 more. In response to this, I need to say we have hired and paid engineers, consultants, and contractors to come up with these estimates. And in fact, the price for culverts, like all building supplies, have skyrocketed recently. Our previous estimate is now quite low. In reality, the cost to us will probably be higher still. Also, we have lived on this land for 40 years and have never had a problem with clogged culverts. We have also replaced 2 of our culverts, only to be told that they needed to be a few inches bigger and would need to change them.
I'm sorry, sir, that your 3 minutes are up. If you'd like to leave a copy of what you've written, we can certainly get it to all the board, too.
Yes.
All right.
Leave it here.
I'm sure. That'd be great. We'll have it copied. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Chris Benoche, and I'm here to represent Serendipity Farms, along with Tina Gordon. Tina and I began the permitting LSA process in 2019, and it was our hope to take a beautiful piece of property that we had acquired that needed some hard work and care to restore to a beautiful farm that worked with the surrounding environment and our wants and needs as well. We firmly believe that working with the land is really the only truly way to be successful. Throughout the process, we have paid for various environmental studies, worked with the Water Board and the CDFA, and all our various regulatory agencies that are required for a licensed cannabis farm. From LSAA submittals to agricultural certifications, regulations, to Water Board reporting and fees and taxes, we've always paid on time and in full. The price of our cannabis, as you may well know, has crashed in the last year, so much so that we're receiving half of what we were a year ago, and that's a staggering loss in any industry. The costs around distribution and processing have skyrocketed and become more difficult to navigate. In our quest and endeavor to create a brand that truly represents the legacy and the finest product that Humboldt has to offer, which is arguably known throughout the nation as some of the best cannabis in the world. We are desperately trying, like so many other small legacy farmers in Humboldt County, to grow cannabis that is responsible with attention to environmental needs. We have worked hard on land remediation, fire abatement, and creating a clean and safe space for everyone. As we all know, the cost of goods and services has risen drastically in the last months. In talking to various contractors, the cost of building materials like culverts is rising by the week. Fuel, as we all know, is getting more expensive daily with no end in sight. Our original estimates provided to us that were submitted are, for all extensive purposes, no longer workable. We are asking for this grant money so that we can proceed with these projects that we would like to see accomplished and be expedited in a timely manner. Will actually be cheaper and more efficient to attend to these monies now, as opposed to trying to continue to pursue funding for projects that we simply can't afford with such a market volatility and inflation. We care deeply about this community and sustaining a legacy that is part of Humboldt history to offer that to the world. Please help us to achieve that vision with this grant. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. Hi, welcome.
Good day, supervisors. Happy birthday, John Ford. Thank you for your service. I'm here to speak about the rejection of the Serendipity road improvements. My name is Tina Gordon. I'm the founder and owner of Serendipity Associates and the Moon Made Farms brand. After relocating from San Francisco to southern Humboldt County in 2007, I was awakened to the healing properties of fresh air, fresh water, and farm-grown food. And this transformation brought me into the awareness of living systems and informed my approach to farming. I became aware of my responsibility to the land, the culture, and this community that brought me here. Moon Made Farms exists as a place for people to learn valuable life and work skills where we cultivate in harmony with the land. I believe that this highly sensitive plant absorbs and expresses her surroundings, and that cannabis, grown with love and intention, will render the greatest benefit to those who ingest it. I believe that there's something special about Humboldt County sun-grown, and I've been invited to speak about this around the country. This year, I've been to New York, Washington, D.C., Austin, Texas, Sacramento, and Southern California to talk about being a small farmer in Humboldt County. Land stewardship is the message I'm bringing. My life's work is to regenerate the land I've taken responsibility for, and this has included remediation, restoration, and fire safety work, which has been my privilege to do. Up to this point, I have solely financially supported these efforts, and now I am asking for your support. Our Mitigation and Remediation Fund application requests financial support for a 5-part culvert project required by DFW toward watershed improvements. Our LSAA from 2019 included an estimate of $58,399, which I paid DFW over $12,000 to process. With the help of our consultants and contractor estimates, our updated 2021 estimate was $99,426 as reflected in our fund application. Our updated estimate as of last week is $109,298. This 5-part culvert project will be most efficiently implemented if this work is approached as one project. If these jobs are done separately, the cost is likely to rise over 20% in transportation and increasing cost of materials and fuel. In brief, the sooner we receive approval for funds and get this project finished, the less it will cost. To accomplish this mediation project, I am asking for your support to grant the full amount requested for Serendipity road improvements. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tina. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Debbie O'Brien. I put in an application for Bamboo Farms and denied because of the grant timeline. So I hear that you're going to maybe reconsider in the next round for the farms that have already done the work to possibly get funding, which would be really nice because it was costly. And it would be nice if I would be considered. And that's all I ask.
All right, thank you, Debbie. Welcome.
Hello. My name is April Armstrong, and I'm the owner of Redtail Ranch. And I'm here to ask you to reconsider funding my grant proposal to replace culverts along an old section of decommissioned Highway 299 that runs through my property. This section of the old highway is actively crumbling into multiple stream crossings that are tributaries to the Redwood Creek. The highway culverts urgently need to be replaced to protect this priority watershed. Maintaining an old public highway costs much more than a private landowner can afford, especially with our collapsing economy and the rising costs that everyone spoke to. The big storm this winter, followed by the rain this spring, have dramatically sped up the old highway's collapse, and 2 of the culverts are now a real emergency. The staff report states that they're not recommending funding because I'm out of compliance with my work completion dates, and this is not true. I obtained an extension to complete the work through a minor amendment process back in December of 2021 and received an amended LSA giving me until September 2024 to complete the work. I submitted this amended LSA to the county staff. The request also states, like others who have spoke, that the amount of the grant application is more than my LSA notification, and it can't be understated how much prices are increasing to the point where if we get told we've got to apply again, we can update our prices. The market is so volatile that when I was getting my estimate, McCullen Construction came out in November, and 3 months later, everything was so dramatically different, they needed to come out again. Like, it's impossible for us to guess the price to meet the grant funding and be in alignment with the LSAA. So I contacted Fish and Game and I said, look, I'm so willing to pay the extra fees associated with the cost of this project because they're rising so much. McCullen estimated the cost to take care of this old state highway and replace the culverts necessary to protect this watershed is over $750,000. I submitted this new quote to the county and to Fish and Game. I immediately started looking for a second quote. I was able to have a site visit from Sargent Excavation, who will have a comparison quote back to me soon. I'm running out of time, so I'll just say, you know, this is urgent. This is an old state highway. 2 of the culverts, if I'm recommended to apply again, could collapse. This is just a highway collapsing into creeks that was left by Caltrans. And I'm really asking you to reconsider helping me take care of this watershed.
Thank you, April.
Madam Chair, before she leaves the podium, Could I ask a question?
No, I wouldn't,
No
I
problem.
will, we can ask, we can, how about afterwards? Did you have a question also? Yeah, because we can do it afterwards. Just, we'll stick around. Sounds like we have a couple of questions. Oh, well, that's simple. Her name is April. And I think we got the identification of the farm. John.
Armstrong.
Okay, so that was, sorry about that. I wasn't sure what you were asking. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Kelly Flores from Margaret Advisors. As you've heard today, there's an important opportunity to support environmental improvements of roads, of waterways, and priority watersheds, while at the same time supporting these amazing craft cannabis farmers who are legacy growers. This process started over 9 months ago, and every month these repairs that are needed costs more and more to continue as they rise. As Wesley mentioned, as spring ends, we're actually soon going to enter this repair window where construction costs have minimal impact on local wildlife up until October 15th when seasonal restrictions begin. If these projects are going to take place this year, the board must take action today to approve them. To be clear, transportation costs, labor costs, all material costs are continuing to increase. The longer it takes to utilize these funds, the less you will achieve in using them. These are valuable projects. State water boards supported these projects. Fish and Wildlife had no objections to the projects themselves. It's time to initiate the mitigation and remediation promised for Humboldt County. And keep in mind, this is just the beginning. Approval of the 2 staff recommended and these 3 additional projects is only about 1/3 of the amount that's of the earmarked funds. So even after these approvals, there will be time and money to approve others and improve the planning department's process. But given Director Ford's planned departure, we don't know how long that will be. We do ask that they continue to work to create this interactive relationship that the farmers were promised and to provide the remaining funding for more mitigation and remediation projects in the future. Now, we and the applicants are here to answer any questions, and we thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Kelly. So I do know that we have anyone else in person that wanted to speak on this item?
Hi, Dottie Russell again. So I'm a little bit puzzled because if there's money that can be spent fixing something that should have been fixed a long time ago, long before these people bought properties, I don't understand what the holdup is. So I'm not a supervisor, I'm real glad to say. And so it seems to me, you know, this sounds like I'm off track, but to get a homeless person housed, you need one-on-one. You need one person to give the other person some guidance and some hope. There are people here that are talking about their livelihoods, their future, things that they've done to make Humboldt County recognized all over the world. Why don't you find a way to have one person working efficiently with these people that need your help? Housing is key was a screwed up mess in Humboldt County because you didn't have one person assigned to it, just one person assigned. When we lived in Los Angeles, and I know you don't like to hear about, or at least some people don't like to hear about it, there was an ombudsman program that was assigned by the mayor's office. When you had an issue and there was a problem that needed to be addressed, you'd call them and they would come out. They would come out, they would call the planning department, they would call the agencies, and things slid through beautifully, perfectly for the children, for the homeless, for the education. Why is it so hard here? Isn't there somebody on this board or a friend of a board or somebody that can just be that one-on-one person, that can be the ombudsman for Humboldt County? You guys were voted in so that you would do exactly that, so that you would be the hope for the person in your district. Thanks.
Thank you, Dottie. So we will go to those who are on the phone now. I see, do we have two hands up? That's what I see. If we have 4555, followed by 3053. So if you are 4555, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Scott Greason. I'm Conservation Director at Friends of the Eel River. I just want to note a few things about this settlement program, which we are very happy to see finally happening. First, the funds are not a gift. They are a settlement between the county and Friends of the Eel River, the purpose of which is to reduce the watershed and fisheries impacts of the cannabis industry that may be consistent in a lot of situations with helping legacy cannabis farmers to continue to grow, but that's not their purpose. Their purpose is to reduce the impacts on fisheries. And I want to be very clear that from our perspective, consistency with state requirements, state agency requirements, is a condition of our settlement agreement. It's not okay to fund projects that are already done. We're looking for water quality improvements going forward. It's not okay to fund projects that don't have all their permits. And it's not okay to fund projects that misrepresent their costs. And I understand, how we're looking at some projects that maybe have some cost increases associated with them. But when you're looking at a project with a total budget of $230,000 and the request is for $186,000 more than was reported to the state agencies, I think it's perfectly reasonable to ask some hard questions about that. So we look forward to continuing to work with the county to see this program implemented fully. This is a good start, but we would only support the approval of the projects supported in the staff report. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Scott. And then the last hand we have up is 3053. Thomas?
Good afternoon, Thomas Mulder. I just want to clarify, you can hear me?
Yes.
So a couple of comments here. First off, this is a mild touch of what Project Trellis was like the first couple of years. But you add about 2 more hours of those type of testimonies, it was really, really tough. It's a side note. I'm going to put all my contractors back because I still am a licensed contractor. Just to give you some insight about cost increase, on bids put out with the increase in field costs, labor, portions of bids are up 5 to 15%. Materials are up 3 to 5 times depending on source and availability. I know any quote given out from myself or anybody I know directly, there's multiple ways to go about it. It either states that the client will have to source all materials and deliver them to site to avoid the contractor losing money on materials, or quotes are only good for about 2 weeks because the volatility in being able to source products, PVC or metal, and the price fluctuations are so dramatic. I've never seen in all my years of having my contractor's license, I think almost 15 years now, anything that's been so volatile as far as pricing for sourcing materials. So all of those increases above what their LSA is, there's an easy, valid justification. I don't know, the commenter before me made it sound like your hands are tied. I would ask you just to see if your hands really are that tied. And if they are, try to figure out how to untie them for the second round. And I would highly encourage you, and I don't know if it'd be technically discrimination, but to really push that money towards the legacy operators, the ones that have been here, if they, maybe a requirement or if they've been in the county for 20 years, it gives them an extra point in their scoring ratio. Maybe that's discriminatory. I don't know, but just my own personal thoughts. But as a contractor, price increases should be expected. It would be easy to see a quote go up in 2 years. It'd be 2 to 3 times as much. is what it originally was. So a $50,000 job could easily be a $150,000 job today if you quoted in 2019. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. Okay, so now we will go back to the board. I'm going to ask Director Ford for any clarifications he may want to provide, and I know Supervisor Bushnell had a question or comment. Do you want to say it before, Supervisor?
Yes, I just wanted to thank Sarah for clarification on the Cobb project, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you, and I believe a gentleman asked a question, somebody else asked a question in the beginning, I thought too. All right, so. Yeah, increase that. We had, the first speaker was about increasing the amount.
Yeah, I think at this point, in order to increase the amount, it would be better to do that as part of a subsequent application. I apologize for that, but it really does bear looking at in terms of additional money. I do have an alternative idea for the board to consider today, and that would be that there are two consistent themes in the comments from CDFW and from the regional board. One theme from the regional board is that they would be okay with allocating funding for certain projects if they were completely permitted. The other theme is that many projects, the reason they're being recommended for denial is the disparity between the cost estimate on the LSAA and the amount requested in the grant. So combining together something Supervisor Madrone mentioned and something that was repeated over and over again by the public, by the applicants, an alternative recommendation that the board could take would be to approve staff recommendation with the added funding of the following farms: Bamboo Farms, Serendipity, Diamond Sky, Noonan Creek, Walker Ridge, Armstrong Ranch, provided that all permits are obtained and the cost estimates are correlated with the LSAA agreements and old cost estimates are updated. The LSAA agreement cost estimate shall be consistent with the amount of the grant. I think that addresses some of the state issues. I'm sorry we didn't bring that as an alternative before, but that would seem to address some of the concerns.
Thank you. I had Supervisor Bushnell and then Madrone.
Thank you for that, Director Ford. So that would not encompass the farms that have already completed their work?
At this time, that would not.
Can I, thank you for that also. Can I just ask a clarifying question for the Armstrong? It said that the reason it was denied was because of the outdated dates, and she stated that she had an updated extension to 2024. Is that correct? Do you know?
I couldn't respond to that directly.
Okay. So what would be the option for the applicants that have completed the work?
Well, I think what I would like to do is, particularly because this is a settlement, is I'd like to go back and be able to discuss with the agencies if the board's desire is to consider granting money retroactively, to really share with them that that is the board's desire and what would be their rationale as to why that should not be done.
I have one more question, please. When was this settlement entered into?
That would have been 2019.
So if this work was completed after the 2019 date to current, that would be within that settlement window. Is that something we could discuss with them?
Yes.
Thank you.
Supervisors Madrone and then Bohn.
Yeah, could you read that list again in your suggested motion, John, of projects for funding?
Bamboo Farms, Serendipity, Diamond Sky Farms, Noonan Creek, Walker Ridge, and Armstrong Ranch Road.
I'm sorry, Noonan Creek, then?
Walker Ridge.
And then?
Armstrong Ranch.
Armstrong Ranch, and we already have Samuels and Cobb in the
Right.
mix. So the ones that would not be recommended for funding are the Miranda one and the Van Dyke one.
Correct.
Just two.
Correct.
I thought some of the rest of them had already done the work, but they have not. Most of these have not done the work already. Okay.
That is my understanding. And Frankly, what I did in coming up with that list is I started with the recommendation of the regional board, indicating that they could support it if it was completely permitted. And then the regional board was fairly clear about not funding projects retroactively, so I did not add that in at this time. And then if there is the only issue being that there is a disparity between the cost estimate and the amount of the grant, then perhaps that could be rectified with that action.
Well, I like your recommendation, and it goes along with that. In order to get this funding, all permits need to be in place and updated, including LSAs lining up with the project cost as of today or whatever. That seems like a reasonable recommendation from my perspective. And I know the Miranda one has a whole lot of other convoluted complications in regards to remediation and lots of other things that went on there. And I believe you were all having a meeting last week to try and resolve some of those things. Has there been any resolution to any of that, or?
We're working towards that. I'm looking for some information from the property owner and want to examine some things.
Okay. So this list that you came up with looks like adds up to about 624,000 or so, approximately. And that's within what we have 1 million for this year to potentially allocate, approximately. Yeah. So it still fits within that line and basically funds everything but 2 projects. One which is convoluted and the other one has already been completed. Well, I've actually surveyed those sections of the Armstrong, the road that was discussed, the old 299 road back 10 years ago. I did a lot of surveying of all those roads out there, and boy, it's a mess. That old 299 is falling apart like crazy, and especially with the snow down that happened and other debris and other things lately. There was one mention, I think it was with the Cobb Road person, mentioned that they had a 2,000 square foot farm. And I just had a quick question. Was that done through our small farmer ordinance, or was that just simply a small application from the original ordinances? It's just a small application. I bet you wish you had waited till we had our small farmer ordinance in place, which was so much less to go through that process. But it is still there for those that want to get into all this. There is still that 2,000 square foot farm application that can be processed, I believe, in 30 days for a lot less cost than the full board. But you've got to have everything else permitted on your property in order to achieve that, and it has to meet certain other requirements like storage and forbearance and not in the streamside management area and in the curtilage, those kinds of things. But yeah, it just was curious when you mentioned 2,000 square feet. Well, I like the suggestions that our planning director is bringing forward. I think it helps be responsive to a lot of things we've heard, and as long as all those other things with permits and LSA line up, I don't know why we wouldn't want to proceed with such a thing. So,
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. So I was looking at the Van Dyke remediation, and that is the one project that is completed, and they started that in 2020 and ended in 2021. So it would fall within after that that settlement was done. So, Director Ford, is there a way that in the next few weeks you could have a discussion to see if that's appropriate, since it does fall in that timeline? Okay. With that, I would like to make a motion that we go with staff recommendations and additional projects as Director Ford stated. Did you get that? It's all the projects, but the 2.
Anything else you want in there, Director Ford?
She's getting,
It's on,
Nikki's getting it, yeah.
It's on its way to her right now.
Oh, you got it. So that would be my motion.
All right, so Nikki, it arrived?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Supervisor Wilson?
Through the chair, Director Ford, I really appreciate the thought in what's being proposed here at the moment. I'm just wondering, we had the Friends of the Eel, who is really, a partner in this, I guess you would call it. What are your thoughts on how they would be thinking about the way this motion is being put forward, and I just want to make sure that we're not, causing complications for ourselves.
Well, I hope, and I would have liked to have had the opportunity to speak with Friends of the Eel before this meeting, and I haven't. But I hope what they would see is that, number one, we're looking intently at the recommendations from our other partners, which are the CDFW and from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. We are looking at what they've identified as the issues with these and trying to address those issues. A highly conservative approach would be to roll this over to the 28th and allow that conversation to occur first. I am sensitive to your question.
Supervisor Wilson, you can continue.
I'm still a little concerned. Is there a way to modify the motion so that there's a valve, I guess you'd say, if there's disagreement with Friends of the Eel on this? Because again, this is, as was stated, this was part of litigation, so it's not just I don't think we have the authority necessarily. We have the authority to do this, but ultimately there's some hooks into this funding.
There are, and we are walking a fine line here, and I don't want to underestimate that. Perhaps if Mr. Greason is still on the phone, you could ask him directly.
Scott,
Okay.
Scott, are you still out there? And
Can I ask a
yeah, while we're waiting to find out, Supervisor Bushnell, go ahead.
So along those same lines, Director Ford, these projects that you suggested to be funded today would have been funded if their LSA would have been within the price range and they would have been up to date with all their licensing. Is that correct?
That's my interpretation of the information that's been provided, yes.
Well, specifically on the denial quotes, it states why they denied, otherwise they would have been approved. So in my view, then with what the motion states, updating the LSA or the price and updating all the permits, they would have qualified, so it would fall in line with the criteria for the funding process.
Supervisor Wilson?
I appreciate that interpretation, but it's not necessarily ultimately our interpretation to make. And so I'm just I'm just being cautious here. That's all. I'm just with this is in relationship to litigation. It's not just a regular old grant like we normally would do. And we heard from the litigant that they had concerns that they had mentioned, and I just want to. Yeah.
No, I don't know the number. Oh, I see another number popping up. Scott, are you there? Greason? We had a couple of other numbers going. Press star 9 if you are, please. Okay, 4555. Is this you, Scott? Supervisor Wilson has a question. No, actually, and we're not reopening public comment. We are asking a specific question of Scott Greason. So anyone else whose hand up, this is not public comment. Scott, is this you?
Hi, this is Scott, yeah.
Okay, Supervisor Wilson.
I would just this is Scott Greason with Friends of the Eel River. I would just reiterate that our understanding of our settlement agreement is that consistency with state requirements and the recommendations of the agencies is a specific condition of the settlement agreement. And we do not support any additional funding at this point. Only Samuels Ranch Road and the Cobb Road improvements have gotten that approval. And if you guys want to have a conversation about securing that approval, we can do that. But so far, those projects have not secured approval.
Any questions for Scott? All right, thanks. Stick on the line in case there is one. Okay, there's a question from Supervisor Madrone.
Hey, Scott. So yeah, I totally understand your concerns and your organization's desires and efforts to improve the watershed conditions, and I want to thank you all for your work. So basically, if I heard you correctly, as long as the LSA permit and estimated cost are brought into line with what's being requested, not that it's the other way around per se, but that if those things line up and DFW and the Water Board can see that they line up based on increased costs, as we've heard today from when these LSAs were applied for a couple of years ago versus cost of today, it sounds like that might be a way of approval, Scott, for these projects that were recommended for denial because of the difference between the LSA estimate and the project funding request.
It might be, but I do not want to offer a broad support for the idea that there's an easy fix to all of these projects, to receiving grant money under this program. What I'm saying is you have to have approval from both state agencies based on all the criteria. It's not about, tinkering with the LSA stuff necessarily. That might fix it, but it might not. And the idea that the board could come back and, decide to retroactively fund projects that have already been implemented, yeah, you could, but not with this settlement agreement.
Understood, yeah, and that's why we've left those two projects out of this list. So all the projects that are on the motion at this point are projects that have not been completed. And I understand what you're saying. I'm not expecting a broad response. So it may make sense to take a step back and have this come back on the 28th, to be able to get those ducks in a row and to really confirm with DFW and the Water Board that as long as everything lines up and all permits are up to date and in place, does that provide the avenue for approval? Probably good to get these ducks in a row here, given that this is a settlement agreement.
I don't oppose that idea, but I want to be very clear that we have already had those meetings on these projects. And the list before you is a result of those meetings. And I do not expect a different outcome from another set of meetings.
Supervisor Wilson, then Supervisor Bushnell.
Could the approval be conditional, is what I'm asking. And so that we don't have to come back necessarily, that we have conditional approval so long as it meets certain criteria, whatever that has been discussed.
So I would modify what I've provided at this point, saying provided that CDFW and the regional board agree to the funding of these projects.
Supervisor Bushnell.
So as the motion maker, I'm fine with that. However, I want to ask Director Ford, given that we're June, whatever, 4 months to get this work done, can we approve the two to be funded that are already qualified? How would we do that?
So I think that if the motion were simply modified, the revised motion that Ms. Turner's put up on the board were simply modified to include that caveat at the end, the original recommendation stands for the two that are being funded. So those are without question. And then that subsequent list, starting with Bamboo Farms, would then be subject to further consultation and approval by the regional board, CDFW.
So the motion maker is fine with that.
The second is also fine with that.
Okay.
And if I may,
Supervisor Wilson.
I just appreciate everyone, getting down to the fine point of this, just so we don't have to come back to this again necessarily. These sound like great projects to me. I'm totally in. I want to see them happen. So I just want to make sure that we don't stumble and then all of them get caught up in some sort of issue. So I appreciate the amendments that were made.
Supervisor Bushnell.
I have one additional question. With that motion, Director Ford and the audience, can we try for a timeline of how soon?
We will set up these meetings, if not with CDFW and the regional board, if not this week, next week.
And with that, you will commit to letting the applicants know the outcome?
Yes, yes, in fact, yes, we absolutely will.
Thank you.
Could, I need to make one more
Yep.
housekeeping change to the
Yes.
recommendation, and that is item number 3, attach the supplemental budget for budget unit 100-282 advanced planning 4. It currently says $374,068.62. That needs to be increased to reflect the modified budget, which I think would take it up to approximately $1 million.
Okay. Nick, what do you need? You got that? Can you repeat that for Nikki?
Change item number 3 to approve the attached supplemental budget for budget unit 100-282 advanced planning, and I'm just going to round it to $1 million.
Thank you. And it looks like the CAO would like to say something. Thank you, Supervisor Wilson.
That's supplemental because it's very specific by line items and we'll need to go through the auditor's office for processing. We'll need to return with an agenda item to approve specifically what the revised supplemental budget is. I have
Okay.
one last question. I'm sorry. The Armstrong application, where it specifically says it doesn't qualify because the expiration dates passed. So when you have the discussion, then you will look for that documentation that she says she submitted?
Absolutely.
Okay, and that, okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? I don't see the vote tab, so it's coming up. In the meantime, while we're getting the vote tab, we have one more item, and we do have planning and building here. I know Supervisor Bohn wants to get on the road, and some people might want lunch, but can we stay and finish up this next item? We can get 5-minute break. Sorry. Does that work? Okay. Did I?
No, I apologize, but I don't like this system all the time. So can you restate, please, the motion maker and the seconder? Okay. And hang on just a second. Let me just get that motion back in there. I apologize.
Thank you, Michael, for all your work on this also.
I'll just do a roll call.
We're good. We're good. Okay. Oh, okay. It passes 5-0. We will take a 5-minute break and come back. So the next item is coming, well, it's coming from Planning and Building, and it's proposed modification to the approved guidelines for the use of the funds received through the California Department of Cannabis Control Local Jurisdiction Assistance Grant Program. Michael.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Michael Richardson with the County Planning and Building Department. Earlier this year, the county received $18 million from the Department of Cannabis Control through the Local Jurisdiction Assistance Grant Program. And the purpose of this program is to improve environmental quality associated with cannabis cultivation. The board approved implementation of 2 local grant programs with this funding. One is targeting water storage, and the other is targeting renewable energy for cultivation farms. The proposal is to modify what was approved earlier this year by your board to delete the matching fund requirement for both of these grant programs, and that's recognizing the collapse in the cannabis flower market. And the second part of this proposal would be to modify the application process to streamline both the submittal and the review of these grant applications. These proposed revisions to the program were provided to the state for their review and comment, and they've tentatively approved them, and so we are recommending your board approve them as well. And this is really a critical path item to implementing this program and to sending out a notice of funding of availability and opening the application process. So we're enthusiastically recommending your board take action today.
Supervisor Madrone?
I think these are great changes, and the rationales make a lot of sense, frankly speaking, and so I would move that we approve the modifications to the grant program guidelines for the use of the funds received by adopting the resolution in attachment 1, and direct staff to submit the revised program guidelines to the DCC for approval and implement the local jurisdiction assistance grant program according to the revised program guidelines.
Second.
You have a motion and a second. I'm going to go to public comment. First, we'll go to those in the audience. If you wanted to comment on this item and you're on the phone, press *9. Welcome,
Hi.
Dottie. We're going to talk about the cannabis grant.
Oh, right, okay, I thought you said public comment.
No, that's coming at 1:30.
1:30?
Yep. Yes. Well, no, I was going to go, there's no hands up from the public either. So yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. Director Ford, so the criteria would still be water, or Michael, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to not say you. So it would be water storage and, go ahead.
Yes, there's 2 programs that your board authorized. One is for water storage, which would, we have a $40,000 grant associated with that per parcel. And then the other is the renewable energy program, and that is a $20,000 per parcel grant.
So those amounts, though, the 40,000 and the 20,000 were a 1-to-1 match. So are we going to up those amounts to 80-40 or something different?
That's not a part of the proposal. If your board would direct us to do that, we could seek approval from DCC, the Department of Cannabis Control, for that.
Given that we put those guidelines forth at the time, knowing that $40,000 for, say, a 1-million-gallon water tank that would be installed would only fund half of that because the applicant was going to fund the rest, I don't know that those amounts are going to work without the 1-to-1 match.
When we originally looked at the numbers, if I could, we were trying to get the money as widely dispersed as we can. And as Michael mentioned, anything that you want to do, we will obviously do. But the rationale for the 40,000 and the 20,000 was to make sure that there was a good cross-section of people who would get some money, maybe not everything that they needed. If the board wants to increase that amount, we can certainly do that.
Thank you for that. So this also is not for past already paid for projects. I know you were going to look into that.
Yeah,
but
yeah, the state parameters don't allow retroactive payments up until the beginning of the year.
Correct.
This
So, so $40,000 for water funding could go for ponds then, and for plastic tanks. So the other option would be like the metal tanks, the rain catchment tanks, which $40,000 is not going to fund one of those. And so I myself would rather see less plastic tanks out there. And so I would ask this board to consider specifically also $40,000 is not going to fund a pond, to put in a 1 million gallon pond or more. So I would ask that this board maybe consider upping those amounts, that knowing that we can't fund any past projects. Lots of people are well into these projects already, and really wanting this money to, accompany that, those funding criterias.
Supervisor Wilson?
It seems like, so we have these two tiers, the 20 and the 40. Is it possible to add a 60 and an 80 for tiers, but still at 1-to-1? I would also say, yeah, at 1-to-1. So that, because we're talking about the maximums, right? In terms of we have the ratio, and then we have the maximum amount, correct?
What was originally proposed was a $40,000 grant from the county, and then that would be matched by $40,000 from the applicants. And
Right.
what's being proposed here is to erase that requirement for a match. So there is no requirement for the applicants to come up with any money for these projects.
Okay. So I hear what you're saying. Then I think these are, I get that it doesn't pay for the whole thing, but that would be the match. If it doesnn't pay for the whole thing, then an applicant can put in a little extra. So I'm happy with the way that it is right now, because I'm just saying we just don't have this for. This is really unusual for property owners to have straight up grants without matches in any of these things. And again, it just goes back to what we talked about before, which is these are improvements, these are capital improvements that that basically create wealth and value for the landowner and the property owner. And so I think that it's not unusual to ask. I mean, we're not asking for anything. I mean, this is just straight up granting. So I'm okay with the way it is right now, personally. I'm happy to support it in the current context. And if there's a little extra needed to upgrade, then I think no one should be stressed about getting $20,000 or $40,000 without strings attached. So.
Supervisor Bushnell?
So thank you respectfully, Supervisor Wilson. The item is coming back so that we don't have the one-to-one match grant, because the intent of the money was set forth by this board 4 months ago. And the Planning and Building Department is responding to, we don't have the money to do any of this. And that's why the one-to-one match is going away. I want the monies to be successful. This is what we initiated as a board to set forth this money for. I'm fearful that the $20,000, the $40,000 will not be utilized, or it'll be utilized for subs. Okay, so for the water specifically, it'll be plastic tanks, because that's what they'll be able to afford, which are not permanent items or really upgrades to properties. I just would like for us to consider that this money be utilized in the best way possible for our environment. And I don't think those amounts are going to allow for that, especially since this item is coming back to go away from the one-to-one match.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, and just to be clear, I didn't mean like this is a one-to-one match, because for one, no one's going to request that anyone actually spend any money or not. There's no requirement for that. So it's actually, so I misspoke, or I guess, I used the term much too broadly. So it's not really technically a one-to-one match. What I'm saying is that I'm not afraid of having landowners put in a little if they want to get more out of the deal, personally. And I think that it's $40,000 is nothing to sneeze at. If Director Ford has suggestion on this, that's fine. But I think it's good now. I could be convinced otherwise.
And then after Director Ford, Supervisor Bushnell.
I don't know that I have a suggestion. Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. The thing that I think Supervisor Bushnell raises is $40,000 enough to pay for the water that we want to see stored? And if it's not, then this program won't be utilized well, because people don't have the money to buy this kind of capital improvement right now. So basically what we're doing is we're investing in people's farms so that they have the water storage needed to get through a cultivation season. It's an interesting thought. It's a policy level thought, whether or not we should really make sure that the maximum grant money can at least fully fund a reasonable amount of storage.
And I'll go back to my original criticism of this program, which was that for the most part, these were attached to, basically they're like a loan that goes down over time, just like facade grants and other improvements that we saw for similar reasons for properties to bring them up to code or up to whatever within our downtowns. And I received one of these in the past, which you receive $20,000, and then basically if you sell your property, you have to repay that, because except it goes down $2,000, in that case went down $2,000 every year. So after 10 years, you didn't owe anything. We have the same thing for programs related to solar energy and those sorts of things. And that's because oftentimes what people do is they use these grant funds to then add capital, expenditures on their properties that then make their property resellable at far more than that's worth. And then it's basically gifted public funds. And and that's what I was trying to get us away from. I would be much more amenable to raising this even to $100,000 if we had a program by which it would, over time, if after 10 years you didn't sell the property, it would go down, that incremental amount, so that it was really for the property owner and not for what could be used as a way to just turn property over. And we're seeing properties getting turned over right now quite a bit in a lot of places. And this is what we tried to protect against. And I'm willing to move this up to whatever it is if we have that protection. Otherwise, I'm happy. Well, not happy, but I think it's okay the way it is. That's me personally. That's where we have a difference of opinion. We'll figure out one way or another how we get through that today.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Wilson. Director Ford or Michael, can I ask, so the monies, the $18 million came from?
The Department of Cannabis Control.
Created by?
It's a state agency.
Cannabis control is funded by, what is this money coming back to us? Was it taxes created by the cannabis community?
Cultivation taxes.
So then that money would be going back into the cannabis community, which only cultivators can apply for this. Is this correct?
That's correct. Yes.
So I would argue, Mike, that your statement, $40,000 is going to fund plastic tanks. It's not going to fund anything else. And those plastic tanks, if those property owners are going to sell that property, are going to sell those tanks and benefit from those tanks directly. I mean, if I was a smart business person, that's what I would do, because they're movable, they're not permanent. And while I understand what you're saying, it is a benefit to our community to have forbeared water and improvement in our lands in Humboldt County. So you're saying that it's a benefit to the property owner because they're going to sell it, but it's also a benefit to our community as a whole. And forbearance water is everything we talk about. It's everything you talk about also, to have those options for properties, and especially given the climate of what drought, not drought that's happening. I just don't think the money is efficient enough to accomplish what we're trying to do with it.
Supervisor Wilson?
I hear you, but I do feel like there needs to be a way to bring that money back so it extends even further over time if these properties are getting turned over. That's all I'm saying.
And
That's what I voted
yeah.
on last time. That's what I feel like I the same way now. So if you're willing to make those changes that I'm proposing, I'm willing to change this motion. Except for that, we would have to go back to the state again to ask for these changes. I would say that if we just approve what we want today, or approve what's on the agenda today, we can always go back and ask for amendments later. Because even the increase that's being proposed, just by itself, would still mean we'd have to go back to the state for an amendment to this program. Is that what I'm understanding?
For just a moment, I'm saying, are you, Supervisor Wilson, saying you're actually okay with this today if we move forward with it, but you'd like to see something else research and change? Because we've only got 4 of us here, so I'm just trying to look at, let's try to make sure we have. Well, that's all right. I'm getting that opinion. So, Director Ford?
Yeah, thank you. I completely understand what Supervisor Wilson is saying. We asked about doing more of a loan program, and the state flat rejected that.
Okay. If we increase this today, what happens to what happens in terms of the timeline, in terms of like implementation?
Before we could disperse any money, we would need to have approval of the state.
How long do you think that would take?
That's a little bit out of our control. Sometimes we get responses in days. Sometimes it could take a week or 2.
Okay. So with a 20% increase in this, that would go from 40,000 to 50,000?
Yeah.
60,000 would be a... No, a 20% increase
20% would be 48,000.
Yeah, we would go to 50,000.
Yeah.
But that'd be a 25% increase. Sorry, Matt, I'm doing... So could we do this? Could we amend this, hearing what Supervisor Bushnell is saying, could we amend this to approve today what is on the agenda today, so you guys could move forward with like funding people if they need the money today, give direction to staff to seek an increase through the state to bring back, and if it's $50,000, would that help? Would that be beneficial?
Director Ford, do you, given that, what would be your suggestion? I mean, would it be more appropriate to get a quote or find a quote like for an average pond or an average one of those rain catchment tanks, or do you just think 50,000 would be? I'm basing it off the 1-to-1. So when we did it, it was a 1-to-1. We set that rate, $40,000. They would put $40,000 in. That's $80,000. That was going, and when we had the discussion, it was that would fund a rain catchment pond complete, because we don't want half projects done either, or one of the rain catchment tanks, the bigger ones, permanent. And that's where that conversation went. So my fear, and I understand what you're saying, Mike, that they need to put some money in, but they don't have it. They're not going to. So my fear is that, once again, we put this criteria forward and it helps no one because it's not enough.
But again, my fear is if they really have no money and they buy this tank, then why are they not why wouldn't they still have intention with relationship to, it just seems like their motivation at that point is to sell the property.
Well, I can counter that with an example. I mean, I don't know if this is the
I'm going
place
to go
do
to
it.
Director Ford next for see if he has any ideas. Go ahead. No, go ahead with your example. I want to get him a chance to.
Many farmers that I'm speaking with right now are day-to-day on scraping together from a job they went out and got to get enough money to supplement their farm so that they can go forward trying to sustain. That amount of money right now doesn't allow, they want to continue with their farms. But they are never going to have that amount of money to do rain catchment or road improvements is the other one, right? Or what was the second one?
Synergy.
Synergy. So those are large amounts of money that have to be had, and with them trying to just get a job, most of them have went out and got a day-to-day job to fund their farms. They don't have that option.
Okay, so I'm considering the increase in these material costs, which I would imagine is probably somewhere around 25% currently. Would you say it was more or less?
It could be more than that, depending on how much storage they actually need. The cost of storage, I think, it's a couple $1,000s per gallon.
Okay, so let's just a round number. We'll give it to you. Good arguing. Good job for this. I would say 30% increase, which would be basically up to the $60,000 mark, right?
Okay.
So let's just. I think that's a.
That's a 50% increase, actually, but that's
no. Is it
from? It's a 40% increase over 40. 50% of 40 is 20.
50%, right. You got it.
We're all suffering from not eating lunch.
Yeah,
All right.
okay, let's do that. So let's. I think Supervisor Bushnell has convinced me that I think that 60,000 is somewhere where we might want to be with this. And I would say that, though, can we approve this in its current context right now, and then ask for that if you can seek approval that for that 60 that just comes back on consent for those changes?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't have to have another discussion about this?
So there are two, there is, the motion would be to approve what's on the table today with the additional direction to seek approval to allow a grant of up to $60,000 for water improvements.
Right. Okay. And what about energy?
Energy is currently 20.
And I'd take the energy up to 30.
Okay.
Across the board, can it be across the board?
Well, I think that would have been.
No, I think this is the same. This is the same amount, so it's just the same increase.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah, percentage.
There's 3 criterias, right? I'm sorry, there's 3 criterias to this, or 2?
2.
Oh yeah, wait. Okay, yes.
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah.
Let's do that. And that way, if you guys can make those changes, then just put it back on consent, and we don't have to say reasonable.
Well, would it be reasonable to say that if the DCC approves this, that you have approved it and we could implement it?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds good. Supervisor Madrone, did you want to add anything?
You're the motion.
Motion maker, I'm fine with those recommended
Okay.
changes. And so it's just water. Thanks. I'm fine with the changes that have been recommended to modify the motion. At one time, it was water, roads, and energy. Have roads dropped out of that puzzle?
Yeah, the way we presented it to DCC was if they had additional money they could throw at the county, then we wanted to implement a roads program, and they have not identified additional funds for the county.
Okay. And the 18 million, isn't 3 million of that going to the groundwater management study and the well study, those types of things? So we've got 15 million or so in this program minus administrative costs, et cetera. So.
And I want to ask this question before we get into this. So a 2,000 square foot farm qualifies for a $60,000 upgrade in water and another $40,000 in so like $100,000 in what is ostensibly public monies?
We would be evaluating what the water storage demand is on the property in evaluating the grant. It's up to, this is a maximum.
So it would be purely for the activities of growing cannabis and not for the residential
Correct.
or other uses. Okay, I appreciate that clarification.
The criteria of the monies, because it's from the DCC, is you have to have it's for cannabis farms only.
I realize that it's a cannabis farm, but people live on cannabis farms, and I just want to make sure that whatever these upgrades are associated with that, and not, because again, then some homeowners would be eligible for programs that other homeowners would not be eligible for, and I want to make sure that
it's irrigation water for the cannabis.
Thank you.
So, through the chair.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So, a lot of these recommended changes are dealing with staff workloads and stuff like that, because it was mentioned about the cost-sharing approach creates a whole nother workload in terms of documentation and dealing with the Auditor Controller's Office and getting the funds out there while documenting cost shares, et cetera, et cetera. So if we go through with this ordinance, we're eliminating that. And instead, we're getting rid of the narrative approach as well and having people answer a series of, 4 or 5 questions that provide more of a quantitative or objective way of reviewing the proposals that you estimate to be over 400 possible applicants out of the, 1,000 or so permitted farms. So almost half of the people out there with permitted farms are anticipated to possibly submit a request for funding. Do you feel that you have in those 5 questions enough guidelines to be able to rank and review these? I mean, on some levels, it's sort of like, depending on how you answer these questions, you qualify or you don't qualify. Now, once you've qualified, what if you get requests for greater than the amount available, the 10 million, and what is going to be the deciding factor on how to deliver those grants? And I ask that because it seemed to me that one way to do that might be, while not a requirement for a match, it could be a deciding factor in terms of getting this money to go further. That, do you have a match? And if so, would that improve your ranking? I'm not sure if it should or shouldn't, but I'm just wondering, how are you going to decide how to give this money out?
Thank you for that question. And one of the criteria really became with the change in the market is expediency. So we're going to be letting people know that this notice of funding is going to become available. And then frankly, what we expect is an onslaught.
Yeah.
And then the reason for the very simplified approach is first come, first serve. So we're just going to be turning that stuff right around.
Okay. First come, first serve is how the money will be delivered.
Yep.
Supervisor Wilson?
I have another question. Would there be a mechanism to track within, say, some amount of time whether or not properties that receive this grant, and I assume that it's attached to the property. I mean, right? Is that how we're doing this, or how is this really being done? And because I want to see if there's a way to track whether or not those properties actually do sell or don't sell. That would be very helpful, so that we know if this is actually, causing or not this situation.
I think we will probably attach it to the permit, and then we can track whether or not the ownership changes on the property.
Okay, and so can we have an annual update on this program then?
Yes.
It won't last for many years anyway, right? I mean.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And let me just say that the board will be the decision maker in terms of who gets these grants.
So they'll all come before us?
Yes.
So the public will see?
Yes.
Okay. That'll be interesting. All right, I appreciate it.
Okay, we're good? Okay, good-ish?
Thanks, Mike. I really appreciate it.
All right, and we did have public comment already, so...
I can be stubborn, but
Yes, we did. That's what Dottie stood. This is public comment on this agenda item. It's different than, no, Dottie, this is not. This is the cannabis one. You stood up and said you were actually wanting to talk under public comment. This is not that yet.
Now that I've heard all this, can I make a comment?
No, and we already closed that, but thank you. All right. Once we get the vote tab, we'll vote. Supervisor Bohn left his computer. I guess I could vote twice. Nah. Yes, and he's still in the meeting. Yeah, really. I want to do it blindly. All right, Nikki, did you want to read that to us? Or she's good? Okay.
I can read it if you'd like. I have approved staff recommendations as submitted with the following amendment. to direct staff to seek approval from the state to allow for a grant of up to $60,000 for, excuse me, for water improvement and up to $30,000 for synergy, and implement if approved by the state.
Right.
Is that correct?
Sounds right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, it passes with 4 yes and 1 missing supervisor. All right, so thank you all. We have a whole 5 minutes now before we go to the public comment portion. Since it is, do I have to wait till time set?
Yeah.
On items not on the agenda. We do have a sign-in sheet. I don't know if anyone is, oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Nikki, started without you. Never mind, we'll slowly start. So while Nikki's getting set up, what I'd like to say is that, Nikki, do you mind grabbing that sheet? Okay. We started it.
My name is Charles.
Wait, Charles, we're
Wilson.
not quite ready
Oh, I'm
yet. Sit
sorry.
down first, all right? Oh, just sit down for just a moment. Or stand to the side. You are first, but yes, but I'm going to talk right over your head there. I'm looking at everybody out here. So.
I can't always hear too well.
Okay, before we start, I did want to say that I had a miscommunication with someone about an item that was on the consent calendar this morning for the Special Olympics. So I had said 1:30 for last week. I'm going to let them speak under general public comment as well, because I think it's an important event, and that was my miscommunication error. So, but our first speaker is Charles. Do you go by Chuck or Charles? Chuck. All right, Chuck. Followed by Genevieve.
My name is Charles Wilson. I can't always hear too well because the M1, the M1 rifles, they sort of blasted my ears. But anyway, I've had a number of years supervising people and everything like that. It's been a long time, but the idea is that when you hire somebody, you hire them, and what you base your hiring is on the job-related things that they're going to do. You don't hire them on just, presumably it's not a political appointment. Presumably you're hiring them because you want them to do the job. Now the thing is, well, like a friend of mine was saying in Chicago, when Daley was mayor, the first Daley, you had to make your contribution to the Democratic Party, otherwise you couldn't get your job. Okay, so now, that's not really a job-related characteristic. I guess you have to get along with the other people, and if they're not party people, well, I guess that's a sign, but that's not really your job that you're doing. During the war, the last declared war, the World War II there, everybody's supposed to contribute to buy war bonds. You get the blue flag if everybody is 100% contributing or, buying the war bonds. Okay, well, they didn't really kick you out if you didn't do it, but the coercion was there. Then in 1984, the idea was that you have preference for ethnicity. At that time, I don't think they had the specified which ethnic groups would get preference. I remember the Department of Labor suggested that Italians be given preference. So, this is an artificial category there. But one idea that the personnel department had was what they called SCAPs. In other words, skills, knowledge, aptitudes, and I forget what the P stands for, but the thing is, the idea is that you're trying to deal with what the person is capable of doing. And it should stick with that and not require vaccination as a job-related requirement here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. So next we have Genevieve, followed by Dottie Russell.
Good afternoon. Anyway, this is Genevieve. I just read the paper. Our new health director say mask is coming back. The mask doesn't work. CDC say that. And then we do too many testing. That's why the number is up. And PCR test guys say it's not accurate. Young mask, 2 negative, 2 positive the same day. So we're using that as a guideline. And also, if people take the vaccine, if they don't have symptoms, they don't need to be tested. And unvaccinated will have to be tested twice a week. And whatever preservative in there will cause you cancer. I had people take 2 people got sick from nausea and vomiting. I won't want to be tested. My point is, do you have to let somebody dig your nose to find out you're sick? You're sick, you're sick. Stay home and take care of yourself. And also take your vitamin C, D, and zinc. Plenty of fluid and sleep. That's the main thing. But my point, this thing categorized, if you're vaccinated and vaccinated, be sick. I have people come to give me a hug. She said, I'm fully vaccinated 3 times. I was sicking with the COVID, whatever you tested, and she was almost died. I don't worry about them. I know you have spike protein, but she's so sad. Like I say, the worst case is a woman who have to be tested to go to see her husband. And she's in and out hospital nighttime. And she probably would rather be dead because she's suffering just because you take the shot and go to see somebody. It doesn't work that way. And we keep reinforcing it. People say, I got to work, I got to do this. And that's wrong. And we are a little town in Fortuna, vaccine mandate. A lot of people, even the airline now, you don't have to have vaccine pass, you don't have to be tested. So wake up, people, and get the book, The Real Anthony Fauci by Robert Kennedy Jr., and get information and think for yourself. All right? So I got a different song for you. Anyway, that's why the war to fight with COVID-19, freeing people from all the suffering. Love and the freedom are preciously for everyone and you and me. So join us feverishly. Join us feverishly. And also, if a young man gets sick from the vaccine, pericarditis, old people die. You don't have to pay for the Social Security, right? And then the young people, they sterilize you. Young people, 99.5% recover. So just think for yourself. Don't be a sheep. I love you all. That's why I'm giving out all the information. You need to have both sides transparency. So we won't get suffer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. So we've got Dottie Russell, followed by Mark Wheatley and Wyatt Wheatley. Welcome, Dottie.
Hi, thanks. So the general plan, we had so much going on for such a long time about the general plan and the general plan update, and I'm not really clear on what's happening. But I do know that there's a piece of property that was purchased for a grant that was not approved, that was to be used for the housing inventory, which would include tiny houses, would include split zoning, and a mixed zone designation on half of it. It's a piece of property that is of value. It's a piece of property that should be somehow certified that it was approved through the housing, through the general plan and through the SUPs at the time, so that when we now sell it, that what has been authorized by the supervisors is written down so that it's not unclear, so that it's very specific what needs to happen. So I'd like to figure out how we can make that happen. It is for sale now, and it is part of what is the potential for the future. I contacted some people about the Housing Trust Fund, and they said after we didn't get the grant, which was for nonprofits, and it sounded really good. So after the grant was not funded, we called the Housing Trust Fund, and they said that they only buy property if it's below market value. which I guess is a good idea if you can do that. But so because of it, we are in charge of this piece of property. It was ultimately put in our name because other people didn't want to pay the bill that was then due on it. And so it's available to the Housing Trust Fund for lower than market value. It's available as a housing opportunity and part of the general plan and the housing inventory. So it seems like a good idea that somebody in this county might like to talk about it. Also, obviously, what happened with the Christian Science Church, that property can generate some money for the county. It should be used for housing, and if it's used for housing, also, that can be purchased for below what most people, not the hospital, but most people would consider as the value of it. The hospital actually offered us money for the parking lot, but when we were hearing about an abatement, they instead said it was worth less than the property value. Now that the church has been torn down, which doesn't make a lot of sense. So anyway, I hope that we can work together to work on the housing inventory that we all need.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dottie. Okay, so I've got Mark and Wyatt coming up. What I wanted to say is, since we do, come on up, are you doing it together? Because if that's the case, then it's 3 minutes total.
We won't be that long.
Okay. Just, I'm making sure everyone follows the rules.
Yeah. And since, good afternoon to the board, and I understand you guys have been working, plowing straight through, no lunch break, so I know we're in the danger zone of being on the, being on the agenda, but ending up on the menu here at this point. So we'll keep it quick. Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell, for your stand-in earlier. So we're here to, kind of echo the proclamation that you did earlier, and just to remind the public that tomorrow we're doing our first torch run. The torch run is the biggest fundraiser event for Special Olympics. And we've not done one here in Humboldt County. It's a challenge, to put some of these things together for smaller, you can appreciate that, smaller capacity departments. So we have taken on a countywide effort. And our goal originally, when we started this before COVID, was to do a countywide thing. But we have simplified it greatly down to just for the first time through in the Old Town area. So tomorrow, we're inviting you out to 12:30 at the Adorney Center at the Outdoor Amphitheater. We'll start there, and we'll wind around through the Old Town area and end up at Coast Guard Plaza. We'll take a drone picture, athletes, and really just want to thank the county for the support with the proclamation, and also for all the law enforcement community that's really, really stepped up in this process. So I'll let Wyatt introduce himself, say a few words.
Oh, thank you, Dad. My name is Wyatt Wheatley, and I am part of the Athlete Leadership Program, and I've been part of Special Olympics mostly all my life. And I'm excited that we are doing this torch run in Humboldt County. Obviously we haven't done it before, and it's gonna be big, so I hope all of you guys can probably make it. Thank you.
Thank you, Wyatt. Yeah, actually, we do have a question. I'm going to let this begin.
Well, first of all, the proclamation is there. Please take it. Wyatt, how far do you think you're going to run?
Well, the route is just from the by the Adorney Center to the waterfront.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, my stepdaughter does the Special Olympics activities too, and
Okay.
so congratulations for
Thank
coming
you.
up here, and good luck tomorrow.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Actually, it's the law enforcement people that get to carry it, so. But thank you guys, thanks very much.
I'll
We'll see you.
see you tomorrow.
Hopefully have a beautiful day like this.
All right, Amber Montgomery is next, and then we'll go to those who haven't signed up. Welcome, Amber.
Thank you, Chair Bass, and good afternoon, distinguished members of the board. Thank you for your time and listening to my public comment. My name is Amber Montgomery, and I have served Humboldt County as a payroll specialist for the past 3 months. I transitioned into this position after many years of running my own company, and I came to the county for financial stability and economic security of my son. I am here today to talk about what has been happening in the Auditor Controller's office. I am here to talk about the raise I was promised, but that has not been fulfilled. I feel very nervous standing here today to tell you this, but due to recent circumstances, it seems I have no leadership to represent my request to this board. So I stand here today for myself. I hope you can honor the raise promised to my family and appreciate my courage requesting this directly from you today. This is not the easiest thing for me to do, and I feel frustrated that the county hired externally for an internal promotion that I was clearly qualified for. Now I'm in the position of training my manager, who is paid significantly more than I am, on policies and procedures that I helped implement and write. It is a pleasure and honor to create a better system for the county than what was handed to me when I arrived. However, I feel that I should be compensated for the skills I have demonstrated and the time and effort I have dedicated in the absence of leadership. My intention is to not throw anyone under the bus or to disparage my direct supervisor. People have unavoidable situations that cause them to miss work. I simply ask that you recognize my hard work and dedication that I put into this department. I want you to understand how proud I am to work here. However, it feels unjust that my direct supervisor, who has been out on 6 weeks of paid leave, has been able to receive a raise during that time. Please grant me the raise I earned and was promised by the Auditor Controller for the skills I have demonstrated and the efforts that I have proven thus far. Thank you for your time today. I do not wish to take up any more of your time. Please also consider changing your hiring policies to increase promoting internally instead of hiring externally without the proper interview or resume acceptance process. If you have any questions about my comments today, there are staff in HR and the Auditor Controller's office who would be more than happy to talk to you about my diligence, dedication, and strong work ethic. Thank you all, and I hope you have a wonderful day, and I look forward to working with this county many years to come.
Thank you, Amber. Anyone else? Linda?
Virginia. And I see you still have the same flag, your 4-colored flag. I left one with you last week. This came in, let's see, last week when I was here, I asked for license numbers from your county council members, the British Accreditation Registry bar members who are trespassing with foreign jurisdiction on American soil. Only criminals wear masks. Anyway, this came out the next day. Public and international notice to the Bar Association, 30-day warning. This week we have served the high courts with notice of a conflict of law and cleared up a misunderstanding about American law and custom that has endured since the early years of the last century and which has resulted in misapplication of foreign legal presumptions in this country. Americans, unlike most other people on the planet, do not accrue citizenship through obligations at birth. Once Americans reach the age of majority, which is 21 years of age, and having the benefit of full disclosure, Americans may choose to serve as state citizens or may adopt the foreign political status of one of our federal subcontractors without prejudice. Those who come to our country are naturalized first as United States citizens, are free to establish homes and businesses within our borders, and having established a residency in a state of the Union for a year and a day, without committing a felony or accepting public assistance, such immigrants are free to adopt one of our states as their permanent home. Minnesotans, Rhode Islanders, as applicable, and all obligations of United States citizenships acquired in the process of naturalization drop away. The unincorporated Federation of States and all 50 state associations are now in session and have been in session for the 3 years as of August 2021. Any presumption of a state of war left over from the American Civil War being in existence on our shores has been overturned and ended. Any similar false presumption of a state of war resulting from failure to officially end other wars and mercenary conflicts, including continuances from the First World War, Second World War, Korea, and so on, are being brought to an end as of the 25th of June, 2022. The Bar Association and their members have been complicit in knowingly administering these fraudulent state holdings, often against the better interest of the unwitting victims whose identity has been stolen and whose political status has been downgraded to that of a bonded servant. These acts are unlawful conversion identified as capital crimes under both the Geneva and Hague Conventions, as well as our public law. And the members of the Bar Associations have been going along with this and operating under color of law misaddressing Americans as British territorial situs trusts and infant decedent estates with impunity. Not only that, the members of the bar have been complicit in further acts of impersonation and barratry against their actual employers and benefactors. The members of the Bar Association are presumed to know the law and to be aware of the gravity of this trespass against the public law and against man and against nature. Personage, barratry, and acting as privateers under color of law are white-collar forms of piracy. No pretense of war protects your actions. I'm going to leave a copy of each of notices that have come out within this last week for each of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. And is there anyone in the audience that wishes to comment under general public comment? No? All right, we will go to those on the phone. The first one is 0116. All right. You there, Ash? You're unmuted. I don't hear you, though.
How about now?
Yes. Now, I hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, this is Ash Teeter with the Humboldt Freedom Coalition, HumboldtST.com, speaking on non-agenda items. I wanted to talk about last week's meeting on the climate stuff, and I'm not sure if all of the board quite understands exactly what carbon credits are.
And what occurs in 2030? These businesses still exist, let's say. Again, these are the businesses. And they are creating products, as I mentioned before, to us as consumers, same situation. This is again you and me. And these consumers pay some fee for these products. And guess what? They're still polluting. And I'll give you some numbers on this. In fact, they're polluting a lot more, as we'll see. But something very interesting happens. For the pollution they do, they have to now pay an organization, which I'm going to call, in double quotes, the IPCC. And this group is composed of people like Al Gore, people like the Bushes, many people from the commodities market, and essentially a global elite in here, quote-unquote scientists. A dollar goes here, dollars go in, and these people deliver these people something called carbon credits. And what this allows these companies to do now is to pollute, but in order to pollute, they have to pay this organization a fee, and this organization issues carbon credits. In fact, it gets even more interesting. These carbon credits, if you look at the commodities market, the global commodities market, these carbon credits are bought and sold here on this commodities market to people. And this generates the ability for this group to generate trillions, not billions, let me explain, trillions of dollars in new source of wealth.
But anyways, from that presentation by Dr. Shiva, it would really be good to stop and think about how much we want to embrace this globalist agenda. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll go to 3053. Press star 6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, Thomas Mulder. Just a point of clarity, not only myself, but many other callers that were on the call earlier today never got the opportunity because your call, the sound dropped until you were deliberating after public comment, so that's unfortunate. My comments is I'd just like to thank staff for all the different things they've brought forward today, just in general and in the past, definitely looking at helping support the cannabis industry and helping support the community as a whole, making sure we have economic viability. I think that's a good thing. The only downfall I want to say to everything is all the programs I've seen come through is things there. What about the credits and capabilities to give back to those that have already gone forward and done improvements? It is, as someone that's done a lot of improvements ahead of time, it is unfortunate, but the overall betterment of the environment I do support. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you, Thomas, and thank you for the heads up on the challenger. 7610. His press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, something I want to stress, and so this public comment seems like a good time to do it, which is that I so deeply appreciate all the efforts that have gone into helping people who are living outside, and your staff is extraordinary. And, I won't go into the details, but I did read the staff report and the local action plan and see so many monumental advances through the collaborative effort and addressing cultural sensitivity and, reaching out to different groups. So I applaud that. So I just want to say that. And I didn't mean to start screeching. I know from the past that's not good, and I apologize. So we all need to work together. And the other reason I wanted to call was I want to applaud your board. I have observed the meetings of the board since very early on. I even used to record all board meetings on the homeless issue in the early 90s, and I would put it on community access. So I believe, and I think I can speak accurately, that decision you made is the most boldest and most visionary I have seen, a cause for hope, a direction we need to take. And as usual, I would just say, please, if you're out there in the audience and you want to leave it to the board or the staff or the volunteer groups, please participate. Please speak up and help out in whatever way you can. Maybe it's $5. Maybe, you'll just help with the gardening in these areas that are come about. Whatever it is, this is a moment for us to be, I think, the compassionate community. And I know the obstacles because, there are many. And so I'm just very proud of you, and I can't be more appreciative because I know your phone is going to be, ringing off the hook, and we need as a public to support you. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And take care, all of you. And I appreciate it very much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. All right. Well, there's no one else on the lines, and we did the one's public comment, and that was a perfect way to end. I'd say it's a good time to adjourn.